Now, I used to be a redhead, honestly. Before
Really?
before I went gray, I was red. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well,
I know it shocks people, but I was.
well, you look great, right?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wait.
All right, let's see. We have our Mayor Pro Tem, we have Member Becerra. Do we have Member Gomez with us? We don't see her yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Oh, I see her logging in now.
So, Madam Clerk, how is Trini?
She is the best.
She's the best.
She's so sweet.
So, okay, I'm going to have to learn about that because I've never thought of little pigs as sweet, but okay.
And Liz,
Neither have I.
she's
But
so
she looks
sweet.
darling. I mean, the picture I saw, she's pretty cute. How
She
much
is-
did she weigh when she came to you?
She's not even 5 pounds.
Oh, the picture made her look bigger than that.
Yeah,
Oh.
she's this big.
Oh, so my kitty that we rescued is 4.5 pounds. So my kitten's not too much smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, she's tiny then.
She's tiny. And they don't eat that much. Well, you don't feed them that much. They have a certain amount of food you give them.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's doing really well. We still haven't been able to hold her. It takes a while.
It takes a while. Can you pet her yet?
Yes, we can pet her.
And she'll let you.
As long as, and especially if we have food, she'll let us pet her.
Of course.
Food really works with her. I
Yeah.
wonder why.
I wonder why, because she's little Peggy. I want to see. You have outfits for her, but I have to see that. The day when she wears outfits, I need to see that.
Yes, I will make sure I take pictures and I'll share.
Okay. Member Gomez, I see that you've signed in. Can you hear us all right? Can we check your mic? Can you unmute yourself so we can check? I still show you muted. Madam Clerk, does she have co-host status?
Yes.
So Member Gomez, can you try to unmute yourself? Otherwise, it looks like there might be a technical issue. Can you do a thumbs up if you can hear me? You can hear me. We can't hear you. So on our screen, Member Gomez, it shows that your mic is muted.
Are you using a different device? No, that one says Councilmember Gomez.
Okay, so we're about to start in 3 minutes. So maybe can we get someone in IT to help her? See if it's an issue of multiple devices or what might the problem be.
IT's heading her way.
Excellent, thank you. Good evening, Pastor Davis.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. How are you this evening?
I'm very well. It's good to see you. Good to have you with us as always.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Always, always. It's good to start with prayer.
Yes. Hope you had a good birthday.
Oh, we're gonna start with that again.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'll retract that.
Yeah, please.
I did.
Oh, boy.
So did the rest of you have a wonderful Tuesday last week as well?
Yeah, there you go.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So Councilmember Becerra, you had a good week as well, I hope.
Oh, sir, I had a better weekend. Thank you.
Better weekend.
Better
Better
weekend.
weekend.
All right.
Okay, so now I see Member Gomez is off video and off mic. So let's hope we can remedy this in a minute.
IT's in with her, so they should be able to.
Terrific. Okay.
Seems like we're not talking about Miss Robinson's pig or your birthday. We're not talking.
Hey,
Give us another topic, Liz. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Member Becerra.
Member Becerra
Yes.
or Member Irving, we haven't heard, do you, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any animal pets?
Oh, no, no.
Oh, no.
No.
It's
No, I
always-
don't.
it's
Leslie, you know what to say. Nope.
I will live vicariously through the city clerk. I
Thank
do not.
Here we go back to her pig again.
There we go.
It's fascinating. Really, it is.
It's fast. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, Chief Becker, that
Oh,
looks
here we go. See that?
This looks like that's a miniature schnauzer, correct?
Well, when we bought him, we were told he was miniature. We had another one. But, so he weighs about 40 pounds.
Oh, so we have our George looks exactly like your dog. Yeah, he showed up at our house, knew he hit the pot of gold when he showed up in our front yard. You know, our animals show up at my house or they're rescued.
The word's out.
I know. You know what? I think they have something, they figure it out. They go, oh, the Jones house, it's the pot of gold.
Yeah, let's stay away from the Becerra's house.
Okay, it looks like we have Member Gomez. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I've been informed that staff has the discretion of my hand going up, and I would like to always have that option so I can be able to speak and raise my hand.
Yeah, so if we have difficulty with the mic, sure, we can do that this evening.
Yeah, if you can just not deactivate it, because that's what I was told perhaps is an issue as well.
If you have co-host status, it's not deactivated. Would that be correct, Madam Clerk?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Well, as a member of the public, sometimes I try to speak, and if my hand isn't raised, last time I wasn't able to say anything to speak during public comment, so I don't want that to happen again.
Okay, but do you have the raise your hand feature on your screen?
No, someone was here trying to help me, but it's not here.
You don't
might
have that
possibly
feature.
have-
Yeah, I
She
have
might
that on.
update.
Yeah, I have that on my screen too. I don't have the raise your hand feature on my screen either, so I certainly understand. All right, so we'll do our best to accommodate you, Member Gomez, certainly. All right, so let's go ahead and begin. Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, March 16, 2021. The time is 6 p.m. No, it's 6:03 p.m. and the regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Asset Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Here.
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here, thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. So now we're going to have our invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Davis, will you lead us in prayer?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. Please bow your heads with me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you this evening, thanking you once again for the opportunity that we have through technology to come together to carry on the business of our city. Lord, as many might speak down to our city, we lift it up tonight. And we want to work for the betterment of our community. We want to be, Lord, in prayer and in constant effort and vigilance, Lord, to do what is best for our fellow citizens. So I do pray that you would be with each of the leaders on our city council, each of our staff members, oh God, who are present tonight as they confer and make decisions tonight and hear the input from our fellow citizens. Lord, I just pray that each person who speaks would be able to put into words what is on their mind and heart to share. I pray that all of us, Lord, would be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to become angry in all that we do. Help us to work together, Lord, in one accord for the betterment of our community. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Davis. Captain Wickham.
Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and
for all.
justice for all. Thank you, Captain. All right, Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Tonight's City Council meeting is being held virtually on Zoom due to safety concerns related to COVID-19 and to reduce exposure for our community members, city employees, and council members. Our virtual meetings are conducted in accordance with the Brown Act and special provisions enacted during the coronavirus pandemic, and will be held this way until further notice. We invite members of the public to participate in our meetings via Zoom. However, for those who do not wish to comment on issues, our meeting may be viewed on YouTube. For future council meetings, public comments may be submitted via email to the city clerk. All email comments received by 4 p.m. the day of the meeting will be distributed to the city council. There are no revisions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, council members, does anyone have a legal conflict of interest to declare? This is the time to do it if you do. Okay. Doesn't look as if there are any. All right, so welcome everyone to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Section 54957.9. Open meeting laws do not confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law, nor do they permit council members to engage in dialogue during the public comment period. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Individual speakers are allowed to address the council once per item for up to 3 minutes. When comments are invited, click the raise your hand feature located on the Zoom screen. Individuals will be unmuted, called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individuals may speak to issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section on the agenda, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. The presiding officer may decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on a variety of factors, including the number of persons wishing to be heard. The presiding officer may also take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something to add. So for tonight's meeting, the public comment period is going to be decreased to 2 minutes per item. Audience members may not disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. With that said, we're going to go ahead and move to our first business in order, which is the consent calendar, items 1 through 8. And council members, just as a note, this is going to be the last meeting in which the chair will ask for special requests on the consent calendar. So going forward, council members will be obliged, as per our policy and procedures manual, to gain the chair's recognition, to briefly comment, ask for minor clarification, or to pull an item for separate consideration. With that said, are there any special requests for this evening?
Yes, for the consent calendar, I have several comments, and questions on all of them.
When it comes to
Okay. So can you tell us which ones you wish to pull? We'll deal with those first.
Yes, I would like to have comments and questions on each one of the items on the consent calendar.
Okay, so are they minor comments and questions?
I think you would use your discretion as the
Okay.
policy states.
Sure, I'm just trying to decide if these are items that are better to be pulled from the consent calendar. Do you have any that you wish to be pulled directly, Member Gomez? Or do you
Well,
just want-
I'm really asking to, I'm asking to inquire about all of these items.
Okay, so since you're not requesting any items to be pulled, then we're going to go ahead and let you make your minor questions or brief comments. So you can go ahead.
Okay, so let's see. So for the first one is the security sub for tract map number 16774. And that one, I want to know if the single family subdivisions were in line with the housing crisis laws signed by Governor Newsom and the current commissioning workshops that we just had. For number 2, for the notice of completion roof restoration, I wanted to know in terms of restoration, was it patchwork or was it an overhaul of the entire roof? That's not explicit in my reading and understanding of the agenda. For number 3,
Okay,
notice
Member Gomez, can you hold on a second? So let's tackle the first two. I think it's easier for staff to answer one by one so that we make sure that the questions are answered and they don't miss anything. So can we answer questions 1 and 2 from Member Gomez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Can I ask for those questions to be repeated again for number 1?
Sure, Member Gomez.
So the first one was single family subdivision in this in line with the housing crisis laws that were signed by Governor Newsom and the commissioner workshop that we just had.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, this item has nothing to do with the law that she's suggesting signed by Governor Newsom. This has more to do with compliance with Subdivision Map Act and our local development codes regarding substitution of securities that secure residential tracts.
Okay, question 2, Member Gomez. Member Gomez. Madam Clerk, do we still have Member Gomez?
No.
There we go. We have you back. Okay, so can you ask your question for item number 2 again, Member Gomez?
Well, probably number 1 has been answered. Is that correct? I can go to number
Yes.
2. So the second one was, what does restoration mean? Was it patchwork or an overhaul of the roof?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'm going to allow Kevin Collins, our building official overseeing facilities, to answer that question.
That would be a complete new roof.
Thank you. For question number 3, what was the damage inside City Hall where the audience was in it, where the audience enters to watch city council meetings, or were there other areas that were damaged?
Mainly it was the area by the main lobby where the public enters the council chambers. And it was over there a little bit back of the hallway too, behind council chambers.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is for number 4, notice of completion for the wrought iron. Whose property does that belong to?
That property belongs to the city of Victorville.
Thank you. And the fifth one for payroll. Does this payroll period include any costs encumbered from the loosely administrative policies that were audited this year?
I'd have to check. I don't know for sure. We did share with the council that resulting from that finding, we were going to start asking for employees to start cashing out or taking their vacations. And so I'd have to dig deeper. It's very possible that, being that this is, for February 5th through February 19th, it's possible that it does include payouts connected to that finding.
Thank you. For the sixth one has there been a surge in this item? I just see about 3 million, so I wasn't sure if there was something happening with revenues and expenses.
Not so much revenues, as this item is dealing specifically with expenses. And as we've shared with this council before, characterizing the nature of this item as it's a routine item, it does change quite regularly because the operations change from week to week, from month to month. So it could be changing for a variety of reasons, more so related to how we operate. I think fundamentally the important thing with this item is to let you know that it does conform with the city's budget.
Thank you. And number 7, not the minutes. Oh, number 8, the second reading of the ordinance. You know what? That's it. Those are all my questions. 7 and 8, I'm not asking questions about.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Gomez. Do any other council members have questions or wish to pull any item? Okay, as I see none, a motion is now, excuse me, my apologies. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes.
Thank you.
The first speaker is Lizette Mendoza.
Thank you. Ms. Mendoza, it looks like your mic is muted.
Okay, the next speaker is Ramiro Rodriguez.
Yes, my question.
Good evening, Mr. Rodriguez. Welcome.
Good evening. Can you hear me properly?
Yes.
My question on the issue is the city issuing the municipal bonds for the finance the city enterprises, but everything I'm reading, I don't see what is it they're asking for the municipal bonds. What are they going to fund? Is payroll, raises, new projects? It just says that they're going to issue revenue bonds to finance city enterprises. What are those city enterprises, if that's included at all? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is iPhones. I don't know what this is. iPhones Swede.
Hi, I'm assuming, is that me? Did you unmute me?
Yes. Yes.
Hi. I wanted to speak on, well, my name is Michelle Medina. A topic that in regards to code enforcement. I don't know if now is the time or if I should wait until after.
Correct. So that's a different item on the agenda. This is the items on the consent calendar, but we would love to hear you at the appropriate time.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Those are all the speakers.
And can we try and get Ms. Mendoza back?
She is no longer.
She's no longer with us. All right. Thank you. All right, the public comment period is now closed. The chair brings this item back to the council, and a motion is now in order for the council and the various boards of directors to approve action on the consent calendars for items number 1 through 8 as presented. If
So
any council
moved.
very good, thank you. Member
Council Member Gomez.
Thank you. So we have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Member Gomez. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So the council's just taken action in accordance with the recommendations that were set out on the consent calendar, items 1 through 8. We are now going to move on to our next order of business, which is written communications, beginning with item number 9, approval of final tract map numbers 14863-2 through 14863-8. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is involving property zoned residential over in the Village Drive, Puesta del Sol area of the city. And it involves a number of tracts where effectively we're taking the tracts to final state and securing with lien agreements for the public improvements. This is a precursor to ultimate construction. So with the approval tonight, it's envisioned that the next step for these phases is to eventually see building plans and building permits pulled.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the City Council approve final tract map numbers 14863-2 through 8. Approve the subdivision improvement agreement between the subdivider Pinehurst and the city for final tract maps number 148631 through 8. Approve the lien agreement between the city and Pinehurst as security for the public improvements for said tracts. Release the existing subdivision improvement and lien agreement between the subdivider and the city for tract map number 14863-1.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. And we're going to open it up first with Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Not for this item.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Welcome.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. All right, we're going to open it up for the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests?
There are no requests at this time.
Thank you. Public comment period is closed and the chair brings this item back to the council and requests a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move to, oh, sorry, second.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. I'll second.
No, it's
Either
all
way.
right. It's all right. It's functional. It works.
This is great. However, the chair needs to hear what the motion is. So, Member Becerra, what's your motion?
That we approve what the staff is recommending. You don't want me to read all those tract map numbers, do you?
Yes, this is fine. No, just to move staff recommendation is fine. Thank you.
Staff recommendation.
And that was a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra. Any comments?
No questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez, any comments
No
on the
comment.
pending motion?
We're still on item number 9, correct?
Yes. Any comments on the pending motion? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council's taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 10, amendment to the General Services Provider Standard Agreement with United Site Services for portable toilet services at sanitation stations. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item amends an existing contract with United Site Services to help us keep open sanitation stations located at a remaining 5 sites throughout the city. As this council will recall, sanitation stations were put up or stood up largely in response to the pandemic, and really was an attempt to try to help slow the spread of COVID amongst those that are in our homeless population. This item, to date, we've approved about $303,000 of funding towards this to keep us open and operational through this fiscal year. With this amendment, we do need an additional $74,000. And with that, that'll allow for us to keep the services to those sanitation stations going 7 days a week.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation, please?
Staff recommends that the City Council approve Amendment Number 1 to the General Services Provider Standard Agreement with United Site Services for portable toilet services through June 2021, and approve Resolution Number 21-014, amending the fiscal year 2021 annual budget for associated additional expenses in the amount of $74,368.
Thank you. All right, technical questions from council members of Mr. Metzler as to the staff report. We'll begin with Member Becerra.
Mr. Metzler, who's been responsible for the 3 or 4 portable toilets they've burned to the ground?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Those have been under contract. They were previously owned by Diamond Environmental. And I know in the contract with Diamond Environmental, in some cases we had insurance that may have covered that, but I'm allowed Janelle Davidson to provide the more technical answer to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Yes, the portable toilets that previously were destroyed were under the Diamond Environmental contract, and the city was responsible for paying for those damages. Unfortunately, we did not have the insurance in that case.
Did we get any with these with United Insurance?
Yes, we have the damage waiver with United.
Okay. All right, that's it. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Will the city be replacing and increasing the portable toilets?
Right now, the current plan is to continue on with the level of service that's outlined here in the staff report. And it's to be determined how long we envision these to exist. I think that largely depends upon how long the pandemic remains outstanding. And we can report back to the council as we believe the need to either continue those services or to reduce those services.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. All right, let's open the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Maggie Martin.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Good evening, Ms. Martin. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to be brief. You know, first of all, I'm pleased that we've had the sanitation stations and they're going to continue a contract. But I don't know where any of those, I have no idea where any of those are at other than Evadale Park. I'm going to apparently have to email the city manager or take a stab at whatever department, Public Works maybe, to see where they're located. I'm interested in that, number one. Number two, I think it's ironic and almost comical for people who have spoken at the meeting to say that the city of Victorville doesn't do anything for the community. Anything. Well, we did this and we're going to build homeless shelter, huge. I think the square footages on those is bigger than my home. So, and provide social support services.
So, Ms. Martin, if I could get you back to the subject of the item is the amendment to provide services.
I'm done, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
Thank you.
It's so stated that some of the units, 4 units, were destroyed by fire. There was no insurance on that. I read everything that was written. It has no numbers on the cost of replacing those 4 units. And what would have been the cost of having including damage waiver liability as opposed to not carrying insurance for liability for these units, and who made that decision and not to have them covered for fire, theft, vandalism, etc. But most of all, I'd like to know what is the cost replacement per unit, also in the cost of the waiver of having insurance as opposed to not carrying the insurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed, and the chair brings this item back to the council and requests a motion.
Moved by Councilmember Gomez.
Member Gomez, what is your motion?
So moved as recommended by the staff.
You're moving the staff's recommendation. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Gomez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're now going to move to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Gomez.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra, any comments on the pending motion?
No comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council's taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. Moving on now to item number 11, dissolution of the Regional Fire Protection Authority Joint Powers Authority. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. The regional or the RFPA, the Regional Fire Protection Agency, was a joint powers authority that originally serviced the city of Hesperia, Apple Valley, and Victorville for many years up until about 2008, 2009. The JPA has been defunct since that time. However, up until its last operations as the local dispatch agency for fire services, Victorville was the treasurer to that organization. So effectively monies remained on account in a fund on the behalf of the RFPA and has sat there ever since. This item is brought to you as a cleanup item, effectively to dissolve the JPA as it's no longer existed. And since the JPA has assets in the form of cash, this item actually calls for the dissolution of that JPA and the division of the funds that are available in the account. The disposition of those funds will go to Victorville and the Apple Valley Fire Protection District. John Becker is your interim fire chief. This is his last regularly scheduled council meeting, as we'll have the new chief coming on in a couple of weeks. He's available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
That the City Council approve resolution number 21-018, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Victorville approving the dissolution of the Regional Fire Protection Authority Joint Powers Authority, and 2, approve resolution number 21-019, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Victorville amending the annual budget for fiscal year 2021, approving additional revenue and expenditure appropriations.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification for either Chief Becker or Mr. Metzler. As it relates to the staff report, we'll begin with Member Becerra.
No comments or questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, my question were to the remarks that Mr. Metzler was saying. I'm not sure if I understood why the dissolution was taking place. I understand fund going to Victorville and that thing, but I wasn't sure why the dissolution of the Regional Fire Protection Authority was something that is either a requirement or a need. Was there not sufficient funding? I'm trying to understand what he was trying to get to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The JPA no longer provides a service, and it did provide a service up until 2008, and coincidentally, 2008 was when the city chose to transition from city fire to county fire. So there wasn't a need for that service from Victorville as County Fire had relied on dispatch services being provided by another entity. So there's no service being performed by the RFPA today. It exists on paper. That's really about it. And so therefore, because there's no purpose, we have a dispatch relationship with Confire, and we're actually becoming a member of that organization. There is absolutely no need for this JPA to be on the books as a paper JPA.
I understand. Thank you for the clarification. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair has none. Let's open it up to the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
There are no speakers at this time.
Thank you. Public comment period's closed, and invites a motion on item 11.
Councilwoman Blanca Gomez would like to move the motion as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Gomez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're now going to move to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Gomez.
I don't have any comments or any discussion on the pending motion.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No comment.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So the action has the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation set out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 12. And so, Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to assist me with this. Will every member in the audience kindly raise your hand if you wish to speak on this item? I need to get an idea how many speakers we may have. Please raise your hand.
0.
I need to know how many people will speak on this item.
Currently, there are 6.
Okay. So audience members, if you intend to speak, please raise your hand. Last time the chair is going to ask. Thank you. All right, so for this item, the chair requests that, and I do so respectfully, that when you are recognized that you state the organization that you may have some affiliation with, if any, and also your city of residence. All right, so with that said, item number 12, the request to the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors to not authorize micro enterprise home kitchen operations, MICOs, within the county of San Bernardino. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item was put on the agenda as staff has become aware, has been made aware that the County Board of Supervisors is going to consider this subject at an upcoming Board of Supervisors meeting, believed to be in April. And the reason why we put this item on the agenda is because their consideration, we believe, needs to have the input in the position of this council. The item that the Board of Supervisors are going to consider, we believe, actually has the potential, if they approve it, to circumvent our local land use authorities, and very particularly in this item, state law, particularly AB 626 and 377, allows for the county, because they're also the public health agency. We don't have a public health agency. They're given the authority to decide whether countywide micro enterprise home kitchens are to be approved. And the issue that staff has with this particular item is that it is believed that it circumvents all of your land use authority, as this council is familiar, especially as it depends heavily upon the Planning Commission to consider all forms of business. It also tasks the Planning Commission and staff with balancing development throughout the community, whether it's commercial, industrial, residential. And by allowing the county to approve this without our input and effectively allow these types of uses to occur without any policing power or any regulatory control on it, makes it that much more difficult for us to attend to in terms of regulating or ensuring compliance in our local neighborhoods. I think finally stated and somewhat related to the item that we'll deal with later in the agenda dealing with code enforcement, staff's deepest concern has more to do with the likelihood of an increase in demand for code enforcement related calls due to complaints, due to noise, due to traffic, increased traffic that effectively would occur in our residential neighborhoods. So with that, staff responsible for the technical on this particular item is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. He's available for any more specific questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council adopts Resolution number 21-020, recommending the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors not opt in to allowing micro enterprise home kitchen operations, affirmatively declining to authorize the permitting of micro enterprise home kitchen operations countywide.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Those questions can be posed to Mr. Webb, and we'll begin with Member Becerra.
Yes, Mr. Webb, I have a couple of questions. Starting with all of the discussions when they're saying the letter grade goes away, them being able to wash their hands, sanitation equipment, all of that they don't have to do?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. And Councilmember Becerra, yes, you are correct. The current law from the state, if the County Board of Supervisors were to opt in to allowing micro enterprise home kitchens, would allow a laundry list of exemptions. You just stated a few of them, but it does create some inequity from what traditional restaurants are held to.
So all of the money that the restaurants locally have been putting into their ADA upgrades for parking, for level, for all that, a regular neighborhood doesn't have to do it unless the people find it on our side of the street and say that they weren't able to get up in their wheelchair, right?
My understanding is that they would still be exempt from having to do any type of improvements if they were to operate that restaurant from their residence.
And it says 60 a day. Someone gonna be out there with a counter?
It's a total of 60 per week.
Per week?
And then a maximum of 30 per day. And that's what the state law dictates as a maximum. But again, it may be hard to regulate.
Yeah, that's taking them on their word that they've only sold 5 or 10 that day. And this is just the start of the county being able to tell us what we can do in the city?
As your city manager explained, it is a break from traditional land use authority oversight from the locality. Traditionally, the cities are allowed to require permits, provide operational standards, restrictions. That would be taken away under the current law if the County Board of Supervisors authorize these facilities.
And then this question, if I may, Mr. Metzler, is for the fire chief. Mr. Becker, some of the streets in our city, if they got traffic, cars parked on both sides, some of our larger trucks aren't going to be able to get in there and get turned around, correct?
It could conceivably be an access problem for the larger apparatus, that's true.
And if somebody is parked in front of a fire hydrant and we can't get to it, that could hinder our efforts also, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
If
as of right now.
If I
ahead.
might,
Sorry.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Becerra, just adding to that, and just to be practical with the conversation, even if the council was desirous of considering micro enterprise home kitchens in its community, in this particular item, we as staff would still be recommending the opposition of the county action, more so related to the types of questions that you're asking specifically, because if we were able to maintain our land use control, we could require these types of operations to go through our traditional process where all these same questions that you're asking, we'd be able to typically attend to through a development review process, where then we can impose conditions to make sure there's adequate provisions to comply with these types of concerns, which are very typical concerns. And that's why it's very hard for staff to sit here and support ceding that land use authority to somebody that's not us, when it's going to be us that's getting the code compliance related complaint.
Thank you, sir. But I have a concern that if my neighbor's selling food and I'm seeing he's doing good, I'm going to start selling food, and now 4 or 5 houses in the neighborhood could start. We have a parking problem. We have a movement problem. We have a fire engine problem. It's just the beginning. And like I said, if the county can come in and tell us our land use, that's just the beginning too. Madam Mayor, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez. Technical questions on the staff report?
Yes. So one of my questions is why is Victorville imposing its will on the county's prospective decision of the not to opt in? And I know the manager says that he has already elucidated some of these pointers, but it's still not very clear as to why the county, why we, the city, would weigh in to what the county's decision is, and they have control over the entire county.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, we think it's important that before the Board of Supervisors considers taking this action, that if this council is as concerned as staff is with this particular item, that the County Board of Supervisors should know of that concern. It very well could be that the County Board of Supervisors decides to ignore the opinions that we share with them or the position that this council takes. But we do believe it's important regardless to at least have our position be heard so that they can factor that into their overall deliberation.
And what does the city of Victorville gain with the affirmation of declining the authorized permission of micro enterprise home kitchen operations in regards to its community of about 125,000 people?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I think pointing back to my comment, the action that we're asking for here is to oppose the county's position to broad brush basically and affect all of the cities with this permission. If the council were desirous again of actually accommodating micro enterprise home kitchens, we're not asking you to take the position against that as the city. What we're asking you to do is take action against this potential action of the county to not approve them without us at least being able to have the land use authority or regulatory authority over those if the council did want to in fact consider those uses as permissible in our city.
And by chance, does the Victorville city staff know what an enterprise home kitchen operation would look like?
We certainly do. In fact, we've evaluated that and we generally articulated that in the staff report.
Okay, my next question is, does staff or its subsidiaries in leadership, have you had any concerns from the communities or advocates or any type of connections or contact with food banks in the general population that talks about these micro kitchens?
I will ask Scott to follow up to my response, but at least at my level until this meeting and until the last 24 hours, I have never heard of a concern about this from our residents. However, Scott is the city planner and he's likely closer because he's closer to the regulatory side. So I'm asked Scott to let us know if he's heard of any concerns with respect to Miko's.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Metzler. I have not received any requests from the general public related to these micro enterprise home kitchens. As Council Member Gomez pointed out regarding food banks, we do keep track of those, and we post those food banks on our city website. But engaging with those food banks, there's been no discussions or requests to allow for home cooking.
Understood. When's the last time that the city conducted a traffic congestion study in the areas of high congestion due to new development or major events in the city boundaries that included holidays and weekends? And this is related to the concerns that Councilmember Becerra brought up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. And so it's very typical as a part of development that as a part of the environmental analysis, you're analyzing or studying traffic and the potential impact, and that's how you decide whether or not there's a need for mitigation, such as widened roads, maybe more turn pockets, acceleration, deceleration lanes, the placement of ingress and egress, to even signalization. That's all common in a very typical project. So the traffic analysis is studied with each and every legitimate project that goes through our process. Sadly, this type of activity, if approved by the county, would avoid all that process, and you have, as a city, no ability then to go in and make sure the proper mitigation is in place to attend to the public safety traffic-related needs.
Thank you. Is the city aware of any exemption related to health and safety concerns?
Can you be more specific? Exemption as to what?
So I know I was reading in the staff report that the county is responsible for these types of healthy and safe concerns to their area, but not the city of Victorville. So I was wondering if Victorville has ever stopped any food vendor in that regard and cited them with violations that did amount to health and safety.
So there's two different pathways to answer that question. The county largely relies on environmental health as it's the environmental health agency, and they're the ones that effectively issue a health permit or a food permit, as the case would be here. As it relates to vendors, whether they're food vendors or street vendors, we have a different regulatory framework that is clearly under our control. The food permit is not under our control, but certainly the business license requirements are under our control. So when it comes to the compliance for the type of activity you're talking about, there's two different regulatory frameworks that an entity or a vendor would have to comply with.
And my last question is, has the city received any information over the phone, in person, or through any third party that is a concern with restaurants that cater or vendors of mobile facilities?
I'm not aware of any. Scott, how about you?
No, I'm not either.
Thank you. That concludes my question.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, any questions as it relates to the staff report?
I do. Perhaps you can clear some things up for me. What I need to understand, so wholly, I'm not really against, micro home kitchen operations. It sounds like a new name for an old business structure that has been a way or vehicle for economic empowerment, particularly in low-income areas and or for low-income persons. But let me see if I understand this correctly. Is this about selling food from a home, or is it about allowing people to come to your home to dine? And then I have another question for you, this more to the point.
I believe the answer to that, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, is both. It would apply to both.
Okay, so if we support staff's recommendation of not opting in, the real issue is we don't want the county to tell us what to do. Is that what, in other words, if we don't want the county limiting our regulatory compliance abilities. Is that what I understand?
That is correct. That is staff's position.
Okay, but this is not to say we are against micro home kitchen operations.
That is correct. That's likely a deliberation that should occur on its own, probably starting at the planning commission level.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Metzler, I have a few questions, and so you can give this off to our city planner whenever you think it's necessary. So just to be very clear, if the council were to move forward with this resolution, this is just the council's ability to say, we don't want thus and such for our city. This is just us having a voice and what ultimately the county's going to do or not do. So if we vote in favor of this resolution, it may have no impact whatsoever on the county's decision. Is that a reasonable statement?
That is reasonable. That is possible.
Okay. But this just is a city gives us, the ability to say, listen, you're talking about my community, my neighbors, my streets, my infrastructure, and health and safety in my city. We need to have a voice.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. So then the other question I have, and then let me just ask you this. The county can carve out for itself how it wants this to look like in cities if they want to, correct?
That one I'm going to ask Mr. Webb. He likely knows better than I the answer to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Actually, the state legislation is very strict. It doesn't really give flexibility for the county. It's either they opt in or they opt out. If they opt in, there is specific guidance in this state law that would guide the microenterprise home kitchen program. So the county can't elect to then give more oversight to the localities or modify the program in any way. Okay. Modifications to the program would require new legislation approved by the state legislature.
All right. And can the county exempt certain cities if they want to opt in? Does it have to be countywide or can they exempt cities?
It's all or nothing.
It's all or nothing. Okay. So this is, okay. And then the other question I have is related to my sitting as the chair on the Victor Valley Wastewater Reclamation Authority. And so, sitting on that board, I've learned a lot about wastewater reclamation and how really important that is to our city. And so I think about fogs, fats, oils, and greases. And so, Mr. Metzler, can you tell us what impact this could have in our community if we had a lot of the MECOs, and I don't even know if you can answer this, if we had a lot of turnout with MECOs in our city?
Yeah, I think I can answer that, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Yeah, and I would answer that by explaining or sharing with you how we would typically regulate a restaurant, for example, that came in. And one of the things that we would likely require for a restaurant operation in a commercial district is for the installation of a grease trap or some kind of grease receptacle that prevents the actual grease, the residual from fryers, things of that sort, from actually going down into the drain. And if it goes down to the drain, it eventually gets into the sewer and could clog sewer laterals, could ball up and clog our sewer lines. And I think that's a good question related to an exposure we identified. I believe it was last year, maybe 2 years ago now, when we ran into a regulatory issue with Lahontan because we had what's called sanitary system overflows or sewage spills, basically, where a couple of the sewage spills that we had, raw sewage actually spewed out of the pipes, were directly contributed to the balling up of grease that we believe was contributed to the buildup from restaurants that weren't properly administering their grease traps. So comparing, and of course we incurred a big fine because of that. So I guess that's an experience that we've had to suggest that if we don't have the ability to properly regulate other food type operations to make sure they have the right infrastructure in place or the right collection infrastructure in place to protect our sewer lines, it could actually impair our ability to do our best to keep the system from overflowing and dumping raw sewage into streets, for example.
Okay. And then if, let's say we have a neighborhood with a micro home enterprise, and you know, so I know a lot of times when people run businesses out of their homes, they're still subject to dealing with issues of noise, odor, and so forth and so on. So if the county permits these, then we have no say in those things?
You would have no say in the use actually occurring. And the trouble that we run into is if you have no say in the allowance for those to pop up, then you don't know where they're at. And then if there are code enforcement related issues tied to that, then you're likely being asked to increase a level of service that perhaps could have had some things done through a traditional development process where you could have mitigated and prevented some of those code enforcement related complaints from coming about.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, I think I'll talk about this in comments, but for me, I think this really boils down to the city having a say as it relates to the county and helping them, you know, just voicing our concerns and helping them come to the decision. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, right? That's the bottom line. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, with that said, we're going to open up the public comment period. And again, I would ask speakers to, if you're affiliated in some way with an organization, to please state that organization and your city of residence. And also, if speakers, if you have nothing new to add with what you've heard before, we would ask you to take that into consideration because the council does listen very intently to what you have to say. With that, Madam Clerk.
So at this time, we do have 9 speakers, and I did receive 26 letters, which have been distributed to the city council and added to our website.
Thank you.
So our first speaker is, I'm sorry about, I will probably mispronounce this, Nahayra. Najayra.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, so yes, my name is Nahaira Valdovino Soto. I am the Youth Engagement Coordinator for the Inland Empire Immigrant Youth Collective. We worked all over the IE, so yeah, you name it, we worked there. And first and foremost, I just want to thank you for hosting these community event meetings. However, I do want to share just something to flag, just if we want to continue to have these community meetings, I think it might be best to just, you know, open up the comments to folks who didn't know how to raise their hands on Zoom. I know that's a little hard for some folks who haven't been on Zoom. So just wanted to open that up as a suggestion for folks who maybe are stuck and don't know how to raise their hand, to have those folks also speak their, you know, share their comments as well. So with that in mind, I just wanted to now speak on item, I guess, number 12, the ones that we're reaching on. I just wanted to share my thoughts and in regards to that motion, just because I know that just when we look about like when we're looking at COVID, I know that the folks who've been impacted the most are community of color, right? So at the end of the day, like I'm here in support of the Mako kitchens to move forward because I know that's going to help folks who have been hit the hardest, right? To run their own business, to feel empowered and not risk being unemployed, right? And that means a lot of folks who are in their, you know, Mako's kitchens are undocumented folks, are immigrants who, you know, are providing or have been left out of any safety nets, whether it's federal, whether it's local, you know, so this is an opportunity to help those who've been impacted. So I just wanted to just raise that as something that's really important to keep in mind when folks are making a decision if they want to move this proposition forward, which I'm opposed of. I just want to make that clear. Yeah, just because these are kitchens who are able to provide so much opportunities for folks to thrive and to get, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Madam Clerk, who's our next speaker?
The next speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes. One of the things that's going to happen with home businesses, laws will not cease to exist. Laws are still going to be on the books. If you park in front of where you're not supposed to park, you still can get ticketed. If there's noise or too much traffic, people are going to be ticketed. This will generate more revenue for the city. I noticed one of the council members talking ill about this and creating imaginary scenarios of what could happen. Heck, a meteorite could fall in front of the middle of the street, but they're talking about imaginary scenarios that haven't even occurred. We're talking, and that person didn't even know how many meals were going to be prepared. That person had the numbers all wrong. So how much exactly do they know about this? The thing is, 30 meals a day, how much are they going to make? Maybe $2, $3 per meal? It's all going to be to go to delivery or picked up and whatnot. It's still happening right now with pizzas and everything. Everything's being delivered. Walmart, Costco delivers, Instagram, same traffic's going on. People right now, a lot of our representatives are so disconnected from the populace. Some of them making $6,620 per week. Others making $73,000 in just overtime alone. And people are just trying to make enough money to pay their mortgage or their rent or whatnot. And these businesses, they've existed. Now, people are not going to buy a humongous oven and put it in their house. They're still going to follow the rules. As to La Junta, and the city was fined for that. That was fined because of negligence, not because of the grease fires or anything.
Mr.
And if anything,
Rodriguez, move on, please.
And if anything happens to the grease, gets clogged up and everything, the homeowner's the one that pays it, not the city. So this is right now wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Basil Kimbrough.
Welcome, Mr. Kimbrough.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. How are you?
Very well. Welcome.
Would you put my picture back up? I want to show you something which relates to this.
Mr. Kimbrough, we try to keep all of the non-staff members or non-council members with a blank screen. We found that works the best. So
okay, no problem.
Perhaps you can describe what you want us to see.
I was basically going to show you the Surge Safe certification. That is when somebody does something in their house, they have to have a Surge Safe station. I support this issue right here. As you know, you've seen me cook before. Leslie cooked for us many years ago for the people in the streets. But a lot of us chefs get started here in the house. But I agree with what everybody's saying, but there's some type of regulation as well. I would hate to go to somebody's house and then I get sick. And that's why I think you asked one of the gentlemen here about have there been any complaints. Well, the reason why there hasn't been any complaints because we show them what to do. And that's why there hasn't been any complaints. It's a way situation. I'm an ACF chef. I brought to Victorville in 2018 the gold medal as a humanitarian. But to do that, I had to learn the rules and regulations. And I think that our news and letters, and I believe a lot of them do. And that's their income. That's their income. They do very well. But it's going to be your call. But like I said, I do support the micro kitchen, and I teach it as well. So any of you city would like to learn, or actually see it in motion, be free to call me and come by. Then I think you'll understand what you said. And that's basically it. And I hope everybody well.
Thank you, Mr. Kimbrough. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is 909-996-2040.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes. Hi, good evening. My name is Lizeth Mendoza from Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice, also known as ICIJ. I emailed, I think, most of the council members and the mayor. And so I hope that you take time to read the documents and findings that we sent to you, so you can learn more, not just follow what your city staff is sharing, because a lot of what they presented today is incorrect and misleading. I also want to name what my colleague mentioned earlier, that the system is difficult. I'm glad that you opened up the option to raise hands and via phone or via the Zoom, but make sure that that's on during the entirety of the agenda item, because you are excluding people who are learning to engage in city government or are learning to engage these systems that we're now having to navigate. But anyways, to the point of agenda item 12, after nearly 2 years of operations and 30,000 meals sold in Riverside County alone, our neighbors here, there has been 0 issues of foodborne illnesses to date. That might not be an issue you address today, but that's typical of what folks, care about. And then the kitchen inspection requirements were explicitly determined by to be sufficient by CCDH, the different environmental health directors, Health Executives Associations, Health Officers Association of California, and approved unanimously through the California state legislature. So this was thought out carefully, even though there's still some hiccups, that we're concerned about, the fact that there's a cap on how many meals are eligible to be sold. But like mentioned before, folks, this is an entryway into the formal economy, and that's why there's a cap that would not, compete at all with local restaurants or cause these issues that you're concerned about regarding pipes and grease.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Lizbeth A.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Lizbeth Ablin. I'm with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice, but I specifically have organized in the High Desert for a while now, and I've always met with Victorville residents in surrounding cities. And what I've seen is that people of color are very innovative, creative, and they're entrepreneurs. And this is a way that folks can create their own local economies while still following some of the regulations. And I feel some of the comments that were made by Keith and the planning commissioner were completely wrong. And there needs to be more research for this before even voting. So I just want to read some of the requirements under California state law that folks have to go through in order to operate. Submit a permit application to the local environmental health agency. Obtain an inspection of the micro kitchens operation facilities. Complete an approved food manager certification. Sales must occur directly between the micro kitchens and the customer. Food must be prepared, cooked, and served on the same day. Only 30 meals per day or a total of 60 meals per week is allowed. Operate within established gross annual limits of $50,000. So this is only some of the regulations, and the county would do a great job of implementing this and running this. And so I ask you to consider not opposing this because it benefits many of your residents, including Basil that just spoke today. And I think it would be devastating for local communities, specifically people of color, to not have this opportunity. I also think that, I've been hearing that the city of Victorville is saying we don't have a voice, but whose voice are you actually representing? Because this is the first time that this meeting has happened and there hasn't been opportunity for folks to speak on this. So I think there needs to be multiple meetings where residents can speak on this issue, and then you can determine whether it's good for the city or not, based on your own biases. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Maggie Martin.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. First word, wow. Wow, wow, and wow. Just when I thought I heard everything, boy, I've heard some nonsense here tonight. I'm going to tell you first up, number one, the city of Victorville does not collect money from tickets written by Victorville PD. Put a period on that. Let's be clear and let's get that straight. Number two, Councilmember Becerra, I totally agree with your position on this, and Mr. Messler and Scott Webb, 100%. 100%.
Ms. Martin, please address your comments to the full council.
I was just recognizing Ms. Becerra supporting her position. But I'm going to tell you something, and this is going to be the blunt, unvarnished truth. I've been up here 22, 23, 24 years. The last thing I want to see, even prior to this meeting, is street vendors. They're on every major corner, selling their food, selling their flowers, selling cars on private property.
Ms. Martin, the subject is about Miko's, not street.
Oh, I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Please move there.
I don't support this. What I see is special interest groups pushing their agenda. I don't see that any way, shape, form, or fashion this can be beneficial to the everyday residents. Here's a point. Fire trucks on a city street that can't get through. Well, they can get through. They can push those vehicles. They can pull those vehicles out of the way in front of a hydrant, a red zone, or anywhere they need to be. That's number one. Then you have the traffic issue. Does the county not think that that'd be a problem for us? Or as one person said, they'll just get a citation, blah, blah, blah. It's about catering to or continuing good service to the regular, everyday residents of Victorville who do not want to be bothered.
Your time is up.
I'm
Thank
sorry?
you, Ms. Martin. Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Fanily.
Hi, yes, my name is Fanely Milan with POC. I'm a community organizer for street vendors, Labor Day workers, and domestic workers. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm calling in regards to item 12 to ask that the City Council not pass Resolution 21020 to oppose micro enterprise home kitchen operations. The authorization of Miko's would formalize home cooks in our local economy. The exemption to California Retail Food Code will make the food industry business more accessible to working people and people of color. Please support small entrepreneurs in our city and county. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so when we began this, the chair requested a show of hands on how many speakers, and it looks like I'm right now looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which was far greater than the original count of 6, and we've already had a number of speakers. So at this point, the chair is going to once again ask audience members to speak only if they have something new to contribute. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Isaac O'Leary.
Welcome, Mr. O'Leary.
Hi there. I would like to thank the council for hearing public comment. I had the great privilege of speaking with Mayor Jones earlier today at length about the Miko bill, and I know that everyone on the council has received a number of resources regarding the rollout of this program in Riverside County. Just, 3 broad categories of ways this, the council may perceive this as negatively impacting the city of Victorville. The first one, health and safety. The data does not corroborate that these are unsafe operations. More than 30,000 meals have been sold in Riverside County with 0 foodborne illness incidences and 0 complaints about food safety or improper food handling. The incentives are all lined up for people, these are people feeding their community from their own home. Everyone knows where they live. You wouldn't in your right mind feed something to someone that would get them sick. 2, on the issue of nuisance and this sort of circumventing the traditional development and planning process. There was a few previous statements made. In particular, the one thing that I wanted to touch on is that according to AB 626, the actual California state bill itself, it still retains full latitude for the city of Victorville to enforce any and all nuisance complaints, point blank, period. To touch on that as well, with those 30,000 meals sold in Riverside County, there have also been 0 nuisance complaints to local cities. On a chef's busiest day at 30 meals a day, averaging 2.5 meals per family per car, spread out over 4 hours, it's about, 3 cars per hour in a residential neighborhood. That's on the absolute busiest day. So just a little extra context. And, just on a final note, I've seen the power of this program firsthand in Riverside County. And,
Time is up.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Mr. O'Leary, thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Miguel Soto Jr.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Soto.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. So I just had one question. Pretty much what I'm hearing was that initially, whether we are against or for it, the decision is ultimately not to us, but to the county. So if we go with supporting micro kitchens and the county decides to support it as well, are we going to have any sort of control or procedures or any things that we can put in place to address the concerns that Councilmember Becerra, Manager Keith Metzler are addressing? Are we going to have any sort of control to put in procedures to make sure that we address these concerns? So will it matter initially whether we go with or against it? What kind of procedures can we put in place as a city, and what's holding us back from putting pressure to the county on us having that control, putting procedures, policy, and addressing concerns like Becerra, the traffic congestion, health and safety violations, those sorts of things? Will we have any sort of control over that? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Karima Abdul.
Welcome, Ms. Abdul.
Hi, welcome, council. You caught me. I was just about to pour a pan of grease down my kitchen sink, but you caught me in time. I support the smallest of businesses, home kitchen enterprise. It's good for the economy, healthy for Victorville, and spicy food is not the worst thing that could happen to Victorville. So please support small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abdul. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Abdul.
The next speaker is iPhone Swede. Is the first part of the last name.
Hi, my name is Michelle Medina. I just have a few questions on that. Maybe the council, if they can research, how will the city be able to enforce this? Will the people cooking in their home be required to get a home occupational business license? Who will monitor the traffic in the communities? Will code enforcement do this, or police? If it's code enforcement, do they have the staff to do this? Just judging by my personal experience dealing with things, I know it's super hard. I've dealt with code enforcement who's not staffed with enough people to handle things like this. And then we're told to call the Victorville Police Department Traffic Division. And I don't want to say it's rare, but it's hard to get someone because they don't have the staff for Victorville. And then are you taking the words of the applicants on how much food they're selling, or will they be required to provide some sort of proof to the city as to the amount? Because anyone can say, I'm only selling X amount of dollars worth of food, but actually have traffic coming in a residential community day and night. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tyler Sullivan.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I really appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm actually a current college student, and in one of my health sciences class, we've been talking a lot about health, and I think this is if it passes, it would be a really good opportunity health-wise for our community, like in regards to what Ms. Abdul said. And I think it would present obvious like legislative turmoil citywide trying to regulate it and stuff. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Diane Esmeralda.
Welcome, Miss Esmeralda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, although we're getting a little feedback, so.
I'm really bad at this, I apologize.
No, don't apologize. I just, so if everyone, it looks like all of our mics are muted, so just wanted to make sure that we're doing our part to help you. So let's try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, and still a little bit of feedback, but I think we can manage this.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes,
thank you.
No, okay, there, is that better? Shoot. There we
Yes,
go,
yes.
is that better? No, that's not working either. Hold on one moment, excuse me, I really do.
Madam Clerk, can you stop the clock and give her just a moment?
Okay, I turned off my phone. I was trying to get to, I'm really new at this, so I apologize. Thank you.
No, I think we're good. I think you're good now. Well, welcome. It's been a long time.
It has been a long time, Mayor Jones. I appreciate all of your time today, and I humbly come before the council to reiterate what the people before me have said. This is a great opportunity for the residents of Victorville and the greater residents of the desert. I'm from Adelanto, and Victorville, what happens in Victorville has a big impact on us here. And we do really appreciate these small businesses in these homes. Us being able to get food from them is a service to us, and not only a service to those homeowners. So I was doing a little bit of calculation, a little bit of simple math. And if you sell like the 30 requisite meals for $10 each, that's $300. And if a family does that a couple of times a week, that really does help them. And if they have children at home and they're experiencing, the fact that now they have to feed their family at home because nothing's open, they need to provide Wi-Fi for their children and other things, these added expenses are really softened by the fact that they can create something a little bit on the side from grandma's recipe or something like that. It's really heartening, and you should see the pictures of these different meals. They're delicious looking. I've seen them online, and it's really wonderful and a great way to connect with community and to be able to not
Your
only
time is up.
person. Thank you so much for hearing me,
Thank
Council.
you, Ms. Esmeralda. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Valentin Godina.
Welcome, Mr. Godina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we're good. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. Wow. Nobody contacted me about this item. Totally upset that nobody from the city council took the time to call me personally, let me know about this item. I am a true Hispanic who knows what it is to sell food from their house. I personally sold tamales door to door to keep from committing crimes and not having to go to jail because of lack of money. This is the opportunity that our Hispanic community needs. And a true Hispanic knows this and knows what their last name means in English. And I am not a small, ugly cow. I am a working man who knows what it is to sell door to door. And it seems like the city council would prefer people committing crimes, robbing people, killing people, than cooking in their homes to feed their family. That is an embarrassment of a city council. Allow the county to do what they want to do and let us partner with them and help them navigate the regulations that fit our city and our people. Stop trying to make our people criminals. Let them survive by doing something positive for themselves, for their families, and for our city.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk?
The last speaker is Sylvia J.
Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted, the last speaker was really touching. I agree that, you know, these people are not criminals. They shouldn't be, they're simply trying to make a business from their home. This kind of reminds me of, you know, the Uber and Lyft app. You know, it was an innovative business. People were against it initially, and, you know, they came up with ways to address issues. And I feel like this would be the same. If you know, the concern that one of the council members brought up that, you know, that parking or, you know, people getting sick, people who think they might get sick shouldn't even go buy from them if that's a concern. And the traffic or parking issue, that can be addressed. There's a way to, you know, figure these things out. I feel like they're just trying to, you know, make a business from their home, and they shouldn't be criminalized for it. And then I just want to clarify, because I'm reading the recommendation from the council is to not opt in to allowing micro enterprises home kitchens to operate, so affirmatively declining to authorize the permitting of this. So if this passes, that means, I just want to clarify, does that mean that you guys are saying that we shouldn't allow people to operate out of their homes? And if so, then, you know, because I'm hearing people from the public stating that, you know, they're hoping this would pass. But I think what they actually mean is the opposite, because this is actually saying not to opt in. So I just wanted to say that I don't think that we shouldn't allow them. So I do think that the council should not approve the recommendation to not opt in, and rather have a recommendation from city staff to actually opt in.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
So, Madam Mayor, we now have 5 more speakers.
Okay, at this point, the chair is going to reduce public comment to 1 minute, because we originally had 6, and I do we know how many we've had? And I certainly, the concern is that despite the number of requests to not speak unless you have something new to add, and we're at this point we're continuing to hear the same thing. So I'm going to reduce public comment to 1 minute, and if we're going down the same road, you know, with the same kind of comments, we're going to move on to the next speaker. As the chair has said earlier, every person has been listened to by this council quite intently, and takes every comment very seriously. But we do need to make sure that we're being as efficient as we can in this meeting, and move it forward in a meaningful way. So with that said, so I see 1, 2, 3, 5 additional speakers. Are there any others? Okay. All right. So 1 minute on, and as long as it's something new to add.
Okay. The next one is Edgar.
Welcome.
¿Qué pasó? Ya dijeron que 1 minuto nomás, estos rateros, hijo de la fregada.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go to the next speaker, and maybe we can try Edgar again in a moment if he still wishes to speak.
Okay. The next speaker is Food Gnome.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Akshay Prabhu. Thank you so much for taking my comment.
Yes.
I just, you know, we've heard from a lot of folks tonight expressing their sense of frustration from this sort of council decision. I think where I stand here is that I think there's a lot of public input that needs to be taken. And I think that rather than the city unilaterally, you know, shutting this down, I think it makes sense to have a hearing, you know, on the matter to get more of the public's opinion. I think home restaurants to date in Riverside County have had 0 food and safety issues. They have a minimized cap, so they're not directly competing with restaurants. They're creating an opportunity for small businesses to thrive, new businesses to enter the economy, and just creating a more inclusive food system. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Anna Daisy.
Welcome.
Thank you for taking my comment. My comment is I have lived in Victorville for over 15 years, and my experience with vendors, people cooking, selling food from home, I have had people coming in, defecating, urinating in my front yard when people have been selling food from their home here in my neighborhood. I have had trouble with parking spaces, and I agree with the city council. I agree that there are people who need to work and we should not criminalize them, but we also need to see the other side, what happens when that comes into town. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is by phone 213-604-1752.
Oh, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Mariela Jaques. I am an organizer with the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, but I'm also a resident of Hesperia, your neighboring city. I would like to ask the mayor and City Council members to vote no on Resolution 21-020. And the reason being is, as a community organizer, I work with folks here in the high desert specifically, and I know that there's many of them that have lost their job due to the COVID-19 pandemic, right? And I know that there's going to be many that's going to take much longer for them to return back to work or to get an actual job after this pandemic passes. And this is the micro home kitchen operations is a great opportunity for these folks that have no way to make an income right now. And I really appreciate the comments that the gentleman before made about, this isn't, we shouldn't criminalize folks who are trying to make income for their families and just trying to pay their rent and their regular daily bills. So I do urge you guys to vote no on Resolution 21-020. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You're most welcome, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is 760-338-4930.
Okay, let's move on to the next speaker and come back to the, I think we have that person.
Hello, Christian.
Yes.
Christian Ibarra. How are you? Okay.
I am welcome.
Yeah, about the criminalizing. Yeah, that's a pretty good point there, because I don't like passing by my neighborhood and then seeing these vendors getting harassed. It's not even right. And another point that I wanted to make was I don't want staffers to get a hold of them ahead of themselves, just like we don't want the county to get a hold of them ahead of themselves as well. So, maybe we should listen to the community a little bit more than we do staffers, since we're the ones that live in it, because some of these staffers don't even live here. And if we don't mind these vendors and we actually use their services, sometimes depends if you're hungry, if you're coming home late and they're out there, hey, pick up some food. Up until now, I haven't had an issue. So I just wanted to put that point out there that just, it burns me to see either the police officers, the sheriff's department, or whatever agencies out there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And just to be clear, this item is not related to outside vendors. This has to do with Migos. Okay, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is 760-912-9080.
Welcome.
They are now gone. The next phone number is 909-205-7759.
And Madam Clerk, is this our last speaker?
This is our last speaker.
Thank you. Welcome.
Nine zero nine 205-7759.
There, I think we
Hi,
have.
I'm a Victorville resident, and since I only have a minute, I just want to say that it's just crazy how y'all are asking for community input and also at the same time intimidating community members from speaking. If folks want to express and reiterate points, they're allowed to, and they should be given enough time. Otherwise, that is considered a Brown Act violation, and I'll be contacting my local ACLU office to look into this. And I hope for next time, this video is more accessible to everyone, including Spanish-speaking communities and other languages, and that there's also a better system so that folks that don't know how to raise their hands are able to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that being our last speaker, the public comment period is now closed. Mr. DeBortnowski, has this, in your legal opinion, has this public comment period been fair, and has this item been accessible to the public?
Yes, I think you've given everybody the opportunity to participate and voice their opinions, and you set some appropriate guidelines. I don't see any violations of the Brown Act at all.
Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. All right, the chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion.
Yes, Councilwoman Blanca Gomez thinks it is appropriate to entertain a substitute motion to opt in and affirmatively support micro enterprise kitchens in this county.
Member Gomez, may I just stop you for a moment? There's no pending motion on the floor yet. There's no substitute motion to be made. The chair has simply invited a motion.
Thank you for correcting me. So
Yes.
Let me phrase and take that substitution out. It's appropriate, so I move a motion to opt in and affirmatively support micro enterprise kitchens in this county, to be sent a letter to the supervisors, agency to support this micro enterprise kitchen no later than April 2021, and to include a plan thereafter where the city can see what land use and permitting processes it can implement in order to favor these micro enterprise kitchens.
Thank you. We have a first. Is there a second? There being no second, the motion dies. Is there another motion? Okay. Can everyone hear me? Is there another motion? Okay, the chair hears no motion. No action will be taken. All right, moving on to item number 13. Consideration to host an outreach program to recruit disadvantaged business enterprises, that's DBEs, to participate on the Greentree Boulevard Extension project. And this item was requested by our Mayor Pro Tem. And so Mayor Pro Tem Irving, I invite you to briefly introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight I asked the council to discuss the DBE program, that is the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, and to consider hosting an outreach event to encourage greater DBE participation with the Greentree Extension Project. However, I was unaware that the project had already gone out to bid on December the 8th. Nevertheless, I would like to discuss the city conducting outreach events moving forward to put forth a good faith effort in making sure contractors can meet our DBE participation goals. As you may know, the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program is a U.S. Department of Transportation program that was established to ensure that firms owned by minorities women, and other socially and economically disadvantaged persons have an opportunity to participate in federally assisted projects. Some of the program's desired outcomes are to help promote or remove barriers to the participation of DBEs and federal highway administrative programs, and to assist contracts and to create a level playing field on which DBEs can compete fairly for the FHWA, which is the Federal Highway Administration Assisted Contracts. As a grantee of federal and state funds, the city of Victorville uses these funds to pay for various contracts and procurements. And as we see in the next item, item 14, the Greentree project, we had DBE participation goals. And as presented in the backup material, it appears that the proposed contract awardee came very close to meeting the goal, which just fell just short of 16%. And I don't want to commend the company for coming close to meeting the goal, but there is still money on the table. I understand that we have our DBE consultant on hand that probably can better explain to the council the program and give us an overview. But I'm not sure if we've ever done an outreach program, but I contend that many of the DBEs in the here in Victorville in the high desert region are probably unaware of our projects with goals. And I'd like to see us entertain an outreach to those individuals so that they can participate in the DBE program and gain access to those contracts. So if my understanding is that the consultant is present. If the consultant is present, I want to turn it back to you, Ms. Mayor, and perhaps you can ask the city manager to invite the consultant to speak. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Certainly, we want to hear from the consultant. Mr. Dvornowski, I have a question for you. Our agenda item was requested and posted specifically as it relates to Greentree. And as I understand from Mayor Pro Tem and in the staff report that we've already met those requirements. And so it seems to me that, this agenda item is going to be very helpful. And I thank Mayor Pro Tem for bringing this forward because it's going to help us to learn a lot more about DBEs. But are we in a position tonight to go beyond the Greentree project? Would that pose any issue for us as the council in the way that this has been posted?
Fortunately, it is posted related to the Greentree Boulevard project, which makes it a little
I'm sorry,
difficult.
Ms. Mayor, I cannot hear the city attorney.
Okay.
I think it's appropriate.
Hold on, Mr. Dvornowski, Mayor Pro Tem is having difficulty hearing you, and I have to say I agree. Is there any way that you can get closer to the mic?
Let me see, is that any better?
Yes, a lot better.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, this item specifically is agendized related to the Greentree Boulevard extension project, and I understand Mayor Pro Tem Irving wants to expand the discussion to some extent. That is somewhat problematic. I think, to the extent we can relate these comments to that program, certainly since we've got a consultant on board, they can address that as well. And again, the emphasis here is to recruit DBE type businesses. And my understanding is to have basically an outreach program. The comments at this point should be related to that, but perhaps when we agendize additional items at the end, we could address the need for coming back on this item and doing the outreach program as suggested by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Madam Mayor, may I speak?
Yes.
I am quite cognizant of the fact that the Greentree project has already gone out. It hit the street, so to speak, on December the 8th. Unfortunately, to my dismay, and I'm surprised, but no one informed me that the bid had gone out. And actually, I think staff may have been preparing to bring it back before the council. I think the process concluded on the 21st of January. So, on March the 2nd, when I broached the concept of having this discussion, I I would have appreciated if staff had, let me know and just been transparent about it. But it's okay that that is the way it is. I mean, there was a goal, and the company came very close to meeting the goal. I think it was, 15.69%, but there's still money on the table. But set that aside. Moving forward, I would like for the city, once we get a good understanding of the DBE program, I would like the city, for all those procurements that have goals attached, that the city conduct outreach events. Does that present a problem, Mr. City Attorney?
Well, so I don't know whether that would or not, but for purposes of our meeting here tonight, we certainly need to learn about DBEs. So this is very helpful to have this item here. I don't want you to feel like it's for naught, because it's going to be very helpful. But when we get to the point where we make requests for agenda items, you're certainly invited to bring that forward, because that may be of real interest to this council.
I understand. Can the city attorney answer my question?
Yes.
Yeah. Will you permit him to? Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Yes, Rep. Pro Tem. Again, the concern is that, the agenda item, both under discussion and subject, talks specifically about Greentree Boulevard. And to the extent the consultants can address that, we should absolutely go ahead with it. But I like the suggestion from the mayor that we seek to agendize even a broader discussion of this for DBE outreach programs when we get to adding agenda items. But to the extent
very well, thank you. Go ahead.
This,
sorry.
Absolutely go ahead.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm. What did you say?
Is that any better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the concern is that both the subject matter and the discussion is specifically related to the Greentree. So to the extent the consultant can address DBE programs as it relates to that project, I would welcome his comments. I think I like the mayor's suggestion that to the extent the discussion wants to go beyond the Greentree, that this would be a perfect item to add as one of the agenda items later on. Frustrating that we have the consultant available, but I kind of get a sense that there's a desire on the council to have a broader discussion to talk about DBE outreach, and that'd be a perfect item to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Yes, of course. So, Mr. DeBortnowski, just to be clear before I ask our consultant to present, so the presentation, there's no problem with a presentation about DBEs in general, is there? Or does it need to be tied to the Greentree project?
The preference would be that it be tied to the Greentree project, since again, the agenda item is specific to that project.
Okay.
And again, frustrated that the consultant's available, but certainly I would invite council to consider adding this item to the agenda and having them come back again to have a much broader discussion.
Yes. All right. Very good. All right. So Mr. Metzler, do we have a consultant available? And did you wish to further tee up this item in any way?
No, I don't need to do anything further to tee it up. I do believe there is a consultant from Padilla and Associates. We rely on Padilla Associates to do the technical review to make sure for transportation related projects that have federal funds attached to it, that the bidders are actually complying with the requirements. So with that, Brian Gangler may be on to introduce that person from Padilla and Associates.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Yes, we do contract with Padilla and Associates for our DBE services for our projects that require that. And I believe that Ms. Lauren Jackwith is available. And if she could be unmuted, I believe that she could give a brief overview of DBE as it relates to the Greentree Extension Project and answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So Ms. Pro Tem, you did an excellent job of giving a brief overview of the DBE program. You are correct that Caltrans receives funds from Department of Transportation, and in doing so, they need to demonstrate responsiveness to 49 CFR 26. Part of that is developing a DBE program. As we are sub-recipients of Caltrans, we actually adopt Caltrans program. So we don't have, meaning the city, we don't have our own independent DBE program, but we tell Caltrans on an annual basis that we will adopt their program and implement their program. Part of that adoption is through your Exhibit 9B, which we submit every June. In that document, we identify what outreach measures and any other race-neutral measures we will be implementing for the year to come. Part of those outreach measures, just to kind of give you a quick overview, when we have pre-bids or pre-proposals, we have a very aggressive and expanded presentation that goes over DBE requirements, where to identify DBEs, it provides supportive services, your SBDC centers, your different associations, and we do provide a DBE listing to all firms available. But as far as the outreach for specific projects, the onus is on the prime contractor. Part of their outreach that they need to do prior to submitting their bid or proposal, if it's an RFP, is to outreach to those DBEs and either meet the goal or demonstrate adequate good faith efforts to do so. In this scenario, Skanska did a joint effort. So they came in, as you stated, at 15.69%, which is just shy of the 16% goal. So you understand we did do a very aggressive and thorough job of reviewing their good faith efforts. Their initial form actually came in closer to 17%. There were areas that we actually didn't find were applicable to crediting based on the capacity of the firms listed. So when we did our review, we actually knocked that down to the 15.69. So just to guide a little bit more, they really did do a thorough effort. They thought they had met it, and they basically did come in very, very close. We provided our review to Caltrans. Caltrans turned around and provided an acceptance of our review and agreed with the city's assessment of that 15.69% being responsive to the DBE goal. That's also very close in line to Caltrans' current goal. Caltrans' current goal is about 17.6%. So the goal that we set on this project is aligned with where Caltrans is aiming for DBE participation for their whole program, so all through California. As you stated, there are dollars on there's still dollars available. My reluctance here for the city would be that you don't want to misuse DBE or small business time. So as outreach speaks specifically to this project, it wouldn't be the best use of their time to come for an event when there are very minimal opportunities. That doesn't speak to an overall event or future events, but as far as the Greentree project, as anyone above a 0.5% has already been identified, and many of the smaller areas have been identified, there's not a lot of subcontracting left. But something that we do require, and we will be requiring from the prime contractor on a monthly basis, is a good faith effort submittal. So every month when they turn in their attainments to us and their prompt payment data, we will be asking them for all outreach, any emails, any phone logs, where they're advertising any additional work, looking at breaking out any work that they can break out, even if it means an area that the prime might have performed on their own. So we will be requiring this on an ongoing basis. But again, the onus is on the prime. Our responsibility is to make sure that they complete that and that they do submit that and that we get them to meet that 16% goal. So I know I gave a little bit of an overview of Caltrans and the Greentree. Is there any areas you'd like me to expand a little bit further on?
Well, Madam Mayor, may I ask a couple
Yes.
of questions?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I would. I understand that you said that the onus is on the prime. However, in your professional opinion, would it be harmful in any way if we, the owner of the agency, collectively with the prime and the major subs, would that be a problem with us hosting an outreach so that we can provide opportunities for maybe tier 2 and 3 subs to, network, get an opportunity to meet people who may have opportunities to do business. And for an example, I'm aware that there is a water truck company that is a DBE here in the high desert region, I believe in Victorville, J&P water truck. Did you guys outreach to that water truck? And also this is a woman-owned business as well. So I'm just curious, with not a lot left on the table, but that could make a difference for a business like the trucking company. And I understand as it relates to the Greentree project, it's kind of, the horse is out of the barn and it's gone into the pasture. I get it. but moving forward, do you see it being a problem? I understand that the onus is on the prime, but us helping the prime meet its good faith effort.
Yes, so that's a great question, and it's actually ironic because the firm that you named is actually listed on Skanska's good faith effort, so they will be utilized on this contract.
Oh, okay, very good.
So yes,
I didn't see that.
but I agree with you. There is no there's nothing negative or there's nothing wrong with hosting our own outreach event. I just wanted to be very, very clear with the city that as far as funding requirements, this is not a requirement that we have to do. Of course, it would be helpful to work with prime contractors. And I really do think that including the prime contractors, especially at a time right now when there's a lot of virtual events, so it makes it easier for small businesses and disadvantaged businesses to attend without missing valuable work time and having to travel very far. But having them participate and make areas available what they expect and how to prepare to team with them, letting them know, do they need to have which kind of resumes, which kinds of references available, what documents, what licenses, what certifications, really getting them prepared to team. So when these opportunities come up, they're ready to provide what they need to do. So of course, yes, I do think it would be very beneficial overall. I would just not recommend on this specific project alone to give the most opportunities as possible. So if you were to look at a concerted effort, if it's your next annual year of all projects coming in the year or next 6 months, that way they can look at multiple projects. We can invite different primes that we think might be participating. They're also going to want to participate because they're going to want to look good to the city because they want to win these contracts. So it would be nice. It would be most likely that they're going to buy in to help us basically run that event.
Right. I understand for this contract, as I said before, I understand. And you know what they say about luck, when preparation and opportunity come together, is magical. That's when luck occurs. So I think we're on board. I understand what your concerns are and what you're saying. And I think you understand that I'm looking as we move forward. So thank you very much for your presentation and your time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have any questions for our consultant, as closely tied as you can, please, to Greentree? Member Becerra?
I have questions, but when we get on number 14.
Okay.
We're still on 13.
Yes,
right?
we are.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have questions for the DBE consultant, but when we get on number 14.
All right. Member Gomez, any questions of our consultant?
Yes. So my question is, there's a large presumption in this conversation that was just had from the beginning until I took the position of asking a question. It's vastly under presumption, and it's not explicit, it's very indirect, that we even have an ample sample of primes who would even be available to meet what I would consider very stringent rules, and you may call it the data, to be able to bring them together. And that comes from the understanding that we have large agencies like Caltrans, and if you're a part of the program, and this hasn't been implemented since 1962, and we're trying to somehow uproot, I want to understand, what are the presumptions that we're scaling? What is a percentage that we're looking at to even really be considerate of something that I think we hold up to high standard and we really would like to have, but what is the reality there in terms of that data?
Are you asking about how goals are developed on the specific projects?
So I'm asking for the DBE program. It looks like if we had someone that just barely made it, but didn't quite get it there, do we have an ample supply of DBE individuals who would be able to qualify? And how do what's that data show?
So the first step is every project you look at individually. So you're not setting a annual goal on all projects procured by the city. You're looking at the specific project. When you go to set a goal, it's based on availability. So the way that you establish that goal is you look at the scope areas, and they do categorize them into NICS codes. Within those NICS codes, you do a search in the city of Victorville's market area to identify how many DB firms are available in these NICS codes. And there's a couple other parameters that Caltrans utilizes to develop those goals. But just like you stated, the first step is determining the availability of DBE firms for this type of work. So that is what we have established. And I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to kind of fully disclose about the good faith efforts here. But as far as the bidder's responsiveness, I do feel that our review identified that the goal was in line with what was out there. I do think for this specific, the low bidder thought they exceeded the goal. So they came in thinking they had far exceeded it. They came in right basically at the goal. But that is, again, them thinking that they had exceeded over that. And some of that is trucking is a good area actually to bring up, because a lot of times trucking, the capacity, you only get credit for the trucks driven by DBE firms or owned by DBE firms. So if they list a DBE trucker, but some of that work is going to be subbed out, they don't get that full credit. Same thing with suppliers. If it's a supplier, they only get 60% credit. They won't get that whole 100%. So there's different confusions with the prime contractor. So we do try to be very, very thorough in that pre-proposal or pre-bid conference. And our website as well, we have a whole supportive services page. And the city of Victorville actually did a special training just for prime contractors that they invited them to back in 2019, I believe it was. We had a firm that was non-responsive. And we went through the whole course of action where we found them non-responsive. We showed them the data, they appealed, and we walked through it with them. But in follow-up, we invited several of the prime contractors that have been bidding on different types of contracts to attend a good faith effort session where we walked them through several examples. It's a few hour session and kind of showed them how to prepare this data, how to look for DBEs, where to ask for help, where to get this access and these tools. So again, everything is very project specific. So availability, the presentation, but we do try to prepare our prime contractors with what the expectation is and examples of that documentation.
And has the city ever considered such a program for all or any of its facets within the departmental contracts, any agreements, policies, or provisions? And I ask that because I don't think that you're an employee of the city. I believe that you're somehow contracted to aid us with understanding. So I want to know, besides the 2019, where there seems that the city had some preparation of bringing this forth, but it was never brought to the council as a DBE or a disadvantaged type of program. It's the first time I'm hearing about it, but you said that in 2019, somehow Victorville was implementing it.
So
that specifically,
can you hold on just a moment? So
sure.
I think we're straying a little bit beyond Greentree. That's an excellent question, Councilmember Gomez. But I think at this point, since it looks like we're going to have a request for a future agenda item that can delve into these broader questions where we can all gain a better education about the process itself. So I'm going to ask that you consider that for the future agenda item. And then just if you have any further questions that they tie directly to the Greentree project that's on the, I've tried to allow latitude, but I just don't want to get us into really talking about another item that the public hasn't been able to decide they wanted access to. So.
Right. And I thank you for doing that. It's just with my colleague, you didn't stop her, so I felt you shouldn't have done that to me, but I
have given you latitude. That's
I'm going to go straight to the Greentree project. So
thank you.
Will the city be writing a letter to the county in support? I'm sorry, let me make sure. In support for the immediate DBE enterprises to be used. Let me see what I'm saying. So the Greentree project has monies from the San Bernardino County area. So I wanted to see if somehow the city of Victorville would need to collaborate with the County of San Bernardino for monies that have already been appropriated for this project, not just for the construction, but for future.
Is that a question to me for, because it sounds more funding related?
Oh, I see.
I believe our city engineer, Mr. Gangler, is likely the best one to try to answer that question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that the funding, it didn't just come from one source, but San Bernardino County. And so I wanted to see if somehow we needed to collaborate with the county because of those sources and requirements, and somehow were they tied in back to these disadvantaged DBEs, the acronym that's being stated here?
The federal funding on this project really doesn't have anything to do with San Bernardino County. The funds come from FHWA through Caltrans, who administers the funds.
Okay. Okay, so then I didn't know it was that. So if I could reframe the question, instead of saying the county, it would be through that means, which is Caltrans.
So Caltrans has, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, so we follow the Caltrans DBE program as we have for many years on all of our federally funded transportation projects.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to wait. That wasn't clear to me in terms of the association, so I'll wait for that agenda item to come back. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no questions. I wish to thank the consultant very much for sharing with us and answering questions. And before we move on to the public comment period, I wish to thank Mayor Pro Tem. We look forward to your request for an agenda item later. I think it's going to be helpful for the council. With that, we're going to go ahead and open up the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Valentin Godina.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Godina.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I have a question. How much is the consultant charging us for this this investigation that they're doing, and who's paying for this consultant? If someone can answer that, because I have a follow-up question that I'll bring up on item 14.
Yeah, please proceed, Mr. Godina. If you have any other questions or any other comments on this item.
Yes, because it seems like we have enough money to pay consultants up to an excess of over $100,000 for them to tell us what is obvious, like we did in Old Town with the lighting. Yes, it is dark. And we paid them $75,000 to tell us, yes, it is dark. But we don't have $100,000 to pay for a special election. I would like some information as to why.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Roger LaPlante.
Good evening, Mr. LaPlante. Did we lose Mr. LaPlante?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay. Any other speakers?
There are no other speakers.
Okay, public comment period is now closed. Chair brings this item back to the council. And as this item was a largely informational piece, there's no motion to be made or any action to be taken. So we're going to move on to item number 14, which is the Greentree Boulevard Extension Project, the award of the construction contract. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is a long time coming, this project. It's been many years in the works, and we're at the point now where with the award of contract, we're imagining the start of construction for the Greentree extension over the railroad tracks connecting to Yakaloma Road to start maybe as early as the end of May, certainly by the start of June. So with that, I'm gonna allow Mr. Gangler to speak to this item. This has been his passion project for many years, and I'll allow him to speak to this particular item.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler and Madam Mayor, City Council members. I'm just going to speak very briefly about this. The item would otherwise be routine if it weren't such a large project, because you've seen many other projects come before you to recommend an award of a construction contract, and that's what this is. The thing that makes this project more complicated is probably the funding, which you have seen in the last council meeting. The funding plan is rather complex. And then also there's the DBE requirements, because it is a federally funded project. So it does make it more complicated. And we do have agreements with SBCTA to provide funding. We also have an agreement with the town of Apple Valley and the county of San Bernardino for their shares of the funding. So I'm not going to really make any more comments unless you have any specific questions. I'd be happy to answer them. And then our consultant, Lauren Jackwith, is also available if there are any technical questions regarding the DBE requirements.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
Staff recommends that the City Council award a construction contract to Scansa USA Civil West California District in the amount not to exceed $33,691,380.
Thank you. All right, we're now going to open it up for technical questions for clarification. And we'll begin with Member Becerra, and this is as it relates to the staff report, please.
Is your consultant still allowed to answer questions?
Yes.
Does the DBE, does it play a part to have local companies a part of it? Does that play any part into it?
Local isn't something that's considered for the DBE certification, but where it does come into play is that the DBE listing we provide, we look within the market area. So when we develop that goal, and when we provide a DBE listing, we are looking in the city of Victorville's market area, which would be local. But as far as who can qualify for the DBE program or towards participation, local is not a factor.
Okay, no, I was just wondering the contractors locally of DBE that I see here, not one of them's local. So now their company office might be down the hill, but most of these aren't. Most of these are out of the city. I just didn't know if the DBE paid a part of local to be able to get them on board. So that was
No,
it.
as far as implementing Caltrans program, that's not a factor in their funding agreement.
Okay, if he doesn't meet the 16% by the time the bridge is going or done, if he stays at, what is it, 15.4?
15.69.
15.6, if he stays there throughout the whole process of building the bridge, is there any kind of repercussion that could come back on the city?
No, as long as we're monitoring and tracking and ensuring that they're submitting ongoing good faith efforts, there is no repercussions that would come back. Again, the requirement is that they either meet the goal or demonstrate good faith efforts. So we do need to make sure that they're demonstrating that on an ongoing basis. But as long as we do that, there would be no negative impact on the city.
And that's why you're here, to be the in-between. You're not on his side, you're not on our side. You're making sure that you're fair and impartial, making sure everything gets met, correct?
Exactly. We do similar audits. We're the prime DB consultant for OCTA, for MetroLink, for several cities and counties. I do direct audits for Federal Transit Authority. I've done them for Caltrans. I've done training up and down the state. So I am very familiar with what is expected and what we need to do to ensure our funding basically keeps coming.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it for the city. No further questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. How do the loans and the amendments fiscally impact the award construction contract?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I believe the loans that she's speaking to and the amendments are all part of the financing plan that the council has previously considered and approved. So those are dependent upon to help complete the funding for this particular project.
So in other words, there's no fiscal impact, or did you say there was because it's part of the requirement?
Fiscal impact is identified on your staff report as 33.69 million.
And then forthcoming, does the contract to Skanska USA pass through means associated in any way or fashion to those adhered by the disadvantaged business enterprise programs?
I'm not sure that question is very clear to me. Can you restate that a different way?
Yes. So we have a contract in front of us, and I wanted to see if in any way the qualifications would merit a project of this magnitude to be awarded to Casca, me assuming that Kanska is a DBE.
Brian, do you want to try to answer that? I think Skanska is the prime, the general contractor, and the DBs fall under their general contracting operation. At least that's what I heard from the presentation. Perhaps you can help me better, Brian?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. So Skanska USA is not a DBE firm. However, they have subcontracted with a number of subcontractors that are providing various components of work of the project that are DB firms. And they have met all the qualifications required in the bid. They've met all the requirements, including the DBE.
Okay, and with the form, quote, summary of estimated costs and agenda and agency shares, unquote, how much is the city knowledgeable that there has been at least a sliver? And maybe this is irrelevant because now I'm starting to understand what DBEs are, but so the essence of this question really was, I see the word summary of estimate costs and agency shares, and I presumed that the disadvantaged business enterprise program was already it was inoculated, it was already part of it, but I don't think it is, because I'm getting more clarity as DBEs. So perhaps it needs to be reframed, and that has to come towards a future agenda item. But I would like, because I'm not so clear and it's clarifying, if you can respond, if perhaps this was a DBE, how does the summary of estimate costs and agency shares collaborate with what we have in front of us, if that was a presumption that was made? Because I thought this was explicitly one, but I think it's not. I'm trying to understand DBEs and its relationship.
So based on our funding, if we get any funds from Caltrans, we need to implement the DBE program. So it's not a percentage of funds, or there's not funds allocated towards the DBE program. Basically, it means that we received funds from Caltrans for this project, so those DBE requirements apply to the project. As far as what's going to DBEs right now, what's been committed is at 15.69%. So the total dollars for the project, 15.69%, currently is committed to DBE firms.
That is correct. And if I could add to that, so what matters is just the goal itself, the overall DBE goal of 16% for the total contract amount. It doesn't matter what funding source it comes from. The fact that there are any federal funds on the project, that is why there's a DBE requirement.
Okay. So I think the other questions are pretty much not relevant because I need to still understand a little more. So I will forego asking those questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, I just have one question. I think I heard, how you pronounce your name from the consultant, Ms. Jaquith?
Jaquith.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did I hear you say that we did do outreach to the truck company JNP and that they are on this project? I didn't see their name on.
I apologize. I thought you said M&B, so I misunderstood that.
No, this is a small water company, SBE out of Victorville, and I thought you said that. Yeah, because I didn't see it, so that I didn't hear what. You either didn't hear me or I didn't hear you. Just to clarify, that's not what you said. Okay, thank you. All right.
I apologize. I think I misheard you.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And the chair has no questions. I'm going to open this up to our public comment period. Madam Clerk.
There are no speakers on this item.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed. And the chair invites a motion.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I move that we take staff recommendations and award a contract to Sasquatch USA for $33,691,380 to get started with the Greentree overpass.
Thank you. We have a first. Is there a second?
I second.
Gomez.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Going to move into the discussion on pending motion. We'll begin with the maker, who is Member Becerra.
No comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez, comments on the motion?
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I just want to commend the prime contractor for their efforts in meeting the DBE goal. And I also noticed that the contractor, their bid came in below our estimated cost. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Chair has no comments. Discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. We're now going to move to item number 15. And this is the presentation of and it's regarding the proactive code compliance. This item is on the council on the council's agenda at the request of Mayor Pro Tem Irving. So Mayor Pro Tem Irving, if you want to just tee it up briefly, and I understand there's a presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This is to my council members and the listening audience. We all know that code compliance helps ensure that our residential and business communities are well maintained and operate within the framework of the Victorville Municipal Code. Code compliance typically seeks to gain voluntary compliance first and turns to enforcement actions if necessary to address public nuisances and blight. I understand that on May 19, 2020, we had a public safety report that evaluated public safety needs relative to the municipal code compliance, crime prevention, and the protection of life and property. And in assessing the level of service within the code compliance department, the report shared what resources staff believes are needed to adequately respond to the increasing demands by our residents and businesses. I understand that staff has prepared a report. I'd like to just say to my council members, my fellow council members, that the difference between code cases or a reactive case is generated by a complaint submitted by the public. And a proactive case is generally generated by a code enforcement officer when he or she discovers a violation through a regulatory inspection or otherwise discovers a violation and creates a case prior to receiving the public comment. So Madam Mayor,
yes.
I'm going to rely on staff.
Certainly.
I have a vision, but I think the staff would do a better job of talking about this. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you.
Okay.
And so before we have the presentation, is Mayor Pro Tem inclined to offer some motion after the presentation, or are we looking at this to be an educational piece as to what was found in the public safety report?
Thank you. That's a really good question. I'm looking to ask the council to take action to move from a complaint model to a proactive model.
Sure. Okay, very good. I just needed to know what your hope is at the end of the presentation.
Well, I am an educator, but I'm not trying. Okay,
it helps me a lot. It helps
all
me
right.
a lot. So, all right. So, Mr. Metzler, let me pass this to you now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. And that preview into the eventual action to be considered later in this meeting is actually really helpful for us, because I think that will really reaffirm for us what the posture is going forward. As you know, we had studied code enforcement along with all elements of public safety quite extensively, and that's effectively what was memorialized in the public safety plan that Mayor Pro Tem referenced. And we did speak very specifically to code enforcement. And when we analyze code enforcement, and made the recommendations to the council, which then served as basis to support the efforts that went into Measure P. We didn't have exactly that reaffirmation from the council. We did have an anticipation from the council, just based upon our interpretations, that that's where the council wanted to go. And a lot of that study work that we did anticipated that that's where this council wants to go, and in fact made recommendations specifically relating to staffing, that if, for example, Measure P passed, then this is what we believe is necessary to not only be proactive, but also to catch up with all of the caseload. One of the biggest issues that we ran into in the public safety plan, or one of the biggest results identified, was that we, with the existing staffing levels, just can't keep up with the number of complaints. And while we've embraced the complaint and made it easier for our residents to share complaints with us, we've seen an increasing amount of cases being carried over from year to year without disposition. So that was a clearly identified issue, and we had intended for it to be overcome if, in fact, Measure P was approved. Fast forward, Measure P was approved. We're actively in the budget preparation stage right now for the upcoming fiscal budget. And one of the things based upon that anticipation is that we're actually planning on achieving almost all of those staffing recommendations. We're actually anticipating for code enforcement, building almost all of those staffing recommendations into your upcoming budget. So with that, certainly appreciate where Mayor Pro Tem is heading with this. Staff has put together a presentation giving overview of our code enforcement program. A lot of it's based upon stuff that you've seen in the past, but certainly offers an opportunity as well beyond sharing with you our program and what we're dealing with, for you to ask questions and share comments or concerns. So with that, I'm going to turn it over, with your permission, Madam Mayor, to Code Enforcement Officer George Durant.
Yes, yes, and as that's being queued up, so council members, if you want to make notes during the presentation so that you can ask questions afterwards, so that we have a good flow on the presentation itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Let me share my screen. And apologize for that. Let me share my screen again. Screen one. I apologize.
We're going to send IT your way.
Thank you.
Are you in your office?
I am.
Okay.
Okay, with that said, then what we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back and hope that we're all set up. So it's 8:32, so let's just say 8:40, we'll come back. All right.
Hey, thank you. So yeah.
All right, do we have everyone back? I see Member Gomez, Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have Member Becerra with us? Yes. All right, Mr. Metzler. We're back in session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I believe Mr. Duran, our code enforcement official, is teed up and ready to go with his presentation.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would like to say something just before he begins.
You're recognized. Do you have a point of order?
Yes, I've had several people text me that for whatever reason, they're not able to log back in. So I want to ensure that it's not on our side that we're having trouble because there is participants.
Yes. Oh, I appreciate you're bringing that up. So if we can have our IT make sure that we're good on that, and then just going forward, there's no communication online during the meetings. Thank you, Member Gomez. Okay, Mr. Duran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Sorry for the technical issues, but as our city manager pointed out, we've prepared a short presentation outlining our current operations and code compliance and our expanded efforts. To begin with, code compliance objectives is to respond to community public complaints, improve community commercial appeal, reduce community blight, enforce state housing codes, enforce land use, licensing and permit requirements, investigate environmental complaints such as illegal dumping, and support city emergency services, our police and fire departments, along with performing regulatory compliance tasks. Our current staff level and schedules consist of code enforcement official, 2 support staff, a senior code enforcement officer, 6 code enforcement officer 2s, and 1 code enforcement officer 1, totaling 8 officers. Our current work schedule is 6 days per week, working late evenings, Fridays, and Saturdays. As we discussed earlier, code compliance cases are initiated in 3 ways: through public complaints, through regulatory actions, and through proactive actions initiated by a code enforcement officer. Common complaints-based tasks, these are complaints submitted by the general public, consist of residential and commercial property maintenance, dry noxious weeds known as weed abatement, tenant landlord substandard housing concerns, excessive yard sales, street parking, and right-of-way obstructions such as basketball courts, illegal dumping, vacant and unsecured structures, cannabis cultivations, and land use issues such as active trespass agreements, which we manage jointly with our police partners. Current proactive and regulatory enforcement priorities consist of, on the proactive side, unlicensed business and street vendors, cannabis cultivations, illegal dumping, severely blighted, unsecured structures, homeless outreach and sanitary cleanup efforts, commercial vehicle parking. On the regulatory side, these are items that we must continue to address as part of our regular methods of operation. Includes building and land use permit requirements, FOG, known as Fire Oils and Grease regulations, rental licensing inspections and compliance, and commercial vehicle parking. All these cases, as the city manager had indicated, typically yield a year-to-year caseload. And as you will note, as an example, perhaps in the year 2020, yielded a total caseload of 5,691 cases. As you see in the chart, cases initiated in 2017 steadily decrease as the officers are able to address some of these cases. In 2021, as we're currently working now, out of the 3,100 cases initiated in 2020, approximately 1,300 of those rolled over to 2021, requiring additional continuing case management. Priority cases are impacting other objectives. These are high priority tasks and related timeframes that consume an officer's time. It creates inspection delays and backlogs, impacts timely delivery of reported resident complaints. The chart before you indicates roughly the approximate time that a particular high priority objective task may consume an officer or 2. As an example, illegal cannabis cultivations could take anywhere between 2 to 4 hours just to address the enforcement action, and does not consider, in addition to that, administrative actions that may come from that enforcement action, such as an administrative appeal or a court appeal. Trending complex issues, we'll start with cannabis cultivations. Since January 2019, the city has seen roughly 190 cannabis cultivations, primarily in residential areas. And again, this takes away from the officer's ability to respond to resident complaints as they're tasked to address some of these higher priority issues. An additional trending complex issue is the need to address street vendors. These are unlicensed businesses, primarily consisting of food vendors, but it could also consist of general merchandise vendors. And as you see in these pictures below you, this requires a code enforcement officer to stay later. And subsequently, the impacts of that is the inability to address things, caseloads perhaps, that are continuing to be managed by these officers. Proactive priorities and expectations through expanded code compliance. Expanded code compliance, and as it relates to the proactive residential compliance efforts, this will yield additional officers will provide needed resources to complete proactive residential community improvement efforts. Added resources will manage the expected increase in cases generated through these efforts. To execute these proactive efforts, our plan would be to perform outreach, encouraging voluntary compliance and providing information of typical property maintenance violations that again will be provided to our residents before a proactive community improvement effort is put into place. On the commercial side, for proactive enforcement, additional officers will provide needed resources to complete proactive commercial property improvement efforts towards existing locations. Added resources will help ensuring ongoing maintenance of newly developed commercial centers. And of course, added resources will manage the expected increase in cases generated through these efforts. Expanded code compliance expectations also include the increase in proactive rental property licensing inspections. Additional officers will continue to address the city's expanding inventory of rental properties and proactively enforce the annual licensing and property maintenance inspection requirements. Of the city's approximate 35,000 housing units, roughly 45% are rental units. In addition to expanded code compliance expectations, as it relates to homeless outreach, through coordination with the police department, additional officers will provide homeless outreach and address polluted areas in higher frequency, resulting in faster connection to services, lower abatement costs, and decreased public complaints related to blighted areas. Additionally, expanded code compliance expectations as it relates to the nuisance abatement actions, additional officers will provide the resources to address nuisance structures impacting our fire and police without impacting public requests or city priorities, such as our regulatory tasks. Other expected code compliance expectations through expanded code compliance efforts include additional illegal dumping patrols, proactive abatement actions such as receiverships and nuisance abatements and potential demolitions of substandard locations. A reduced case backlog through the addition of code officer twos, taking on more manageable caseloads and being able to patrol their areas a lot more efficiently. Proactive weed abatement actions, of course. The additional officers will be available to provide city park and compliance safety patrols, added support for police such as noise and street parking reports, obviously a decreased number of year-over-year cases. And additionally, we would expand to a 7-day per week, staying later during weekday shifts and working late weekends, including Sunday. What we expect from the community to see is increased response and reduction of blight from neglected structures and illegal dumping, an improved residential appeal, pride, and maintenance standards, increased number of licensed rental properties, an improvement of commercial properties and maintenance standards. We expect expedited cleanup actions related to debris generated by encampment occupants. And we certainly expect improved efficiency through working with police and fire in addressing and finding impactful and lasting code compliance actions, particularly to chronic nuisance properties or nuisance activities. In this slide, as it relates to assisting our fire and police partners, on the left indicates perhaps a cycle that fire or police may find with a chronic location or chronic activity where it results into a repeat call. Alternatively, adding code compliance into the mix in certain situations yields what we try to find is a lasting solution to try to work with the property owner to address this chronic condition. To appropriately pursue enhanced code compliance tasks, the following additional personnel and equipment resources will be incorporated into fiscal year 21-22 budget. It includes an additional support staff, 2 additional code officer 2s, 1 code enforcement officer 1, and a senior code enforcement officer position, which also includes the new replacement vehicles and needed safety supplies, providing a total of 12 officers for the city of Victorville. That concludes my presentation, and of course, we're available for any questions.
Thank you very much. So before we do that, Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
I'm sorry, any actions at the discretion of the city council.
Thank you very much. All right, so now we are going to open this up for questions as it relates directly to the presentation. And we'll begin with Member Gomez.
I'm sorry, is there a reason why you changed the order? This is different from typical. You didn't even ask for anything. I'm just wondering why you're doing this.
Because it's the chair's prerogative, number one, and some meetings ago I tried to mix it up. Member Gomez, please bring yourself to order.
Yeah, I understand.
Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the members so the chair can speak? So it's certainly the chair's prerogative, and in earlier meetings I did try to mix it up, and so I'm probably going to be going back to that. All right, thank you, Member Gomez. Bring yourself to order. Madam Clerk, will you unmute the member?
I'm sure you will. So one of my questions here is, in the understanding of the presentation, the way it was presented, I interpret it as, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, street vendors are seen as blight to the city of Victorville.
I don't believe so. Street vendors are typically unlicensed businesses. And generally, we are responding to complaints generally filed by other licensed businesses.
It's just the way the structure of trash and then vendors came up, it gives an illusion of what the city's perception may be. So I thank you for clarifying that. My next question is, how do you know that 100% of the vendors literally don't have permits? Because that's what I presume from the response that I heard from the city.
Thank you for your question. Business license is under the my oversight as well. And we don't have any street vendors that are licensed in the city.
Oh, thank you. You're right. I tried to help someone to get a business license and it was really, really difficult. So what type of processes does the city of Victorville have to be able to bring potential street vendors to compliance with the city of Victorville's enforcement procedures?
Certainly. Depending on the type of business that the street vendor intends to engage in, commonly a food street vendor would require first a approval from the Department of the Health Department in the county. That first and foremost. They have some strict guidelines, but purposely so, obviously for public health.
Thank you. And how many citations do you have on record? And since when have we been targeting street vendors, or we haven't? And so we're going to start. Is there data on that percentage?
I don't have the data exactly in front of me, but of course, we are reacting to complaints in regards to street vendors. And so targeting is not necessarily what I would characterize it at. It's primarily response.
So how many council members or city administrations have anonymously reported street vending that you are aware of or that we can pull on the records?
I don't have information related to that.
Okay, no data? Because I know the city allows code enforcement to burn, or not burn, but shred the information. So I was wondering if we had data on that. And do you know if the city of Victorville or code enforcement currently has any types of procedures or policies that can aid in the facilitation of bringing compliance through education before formally making money out of the business of someone who's trying to make a living possible? Do you know if there's any procedures?
I could tell you that the code enforcement officers, when engaging a street vendor, including our business license staff, aims to help the person inquiring for that particular license in any way it can, even beyond a street vendor. It could be a brick and mortar business as well.
And then how many of the officers speak Spanish so they can actually tell them what their citation is about? Do you know?
To my knowledge, I believe one, maybe two.
Thank you. And for the ranking of assistance or the assistance that you will get through Measure P funding, how will you be ranking the percentages so it doesn't appear that the city of Victorville is indeed targeting? How will we demystify that and have our hierarchies with requirements so that no one can come back to the city and say you are targeting because look at the percentage of last year to this year and what your focus is on?
I believe our efforts are going to be geared towards what the interests of the city and what's driving at issues at hand. I can tell you it won't be an issue of vendor targeting. Obviously at night, it could be an issue of noise, could be an issue of illegal dumping at night. So our efforts are intended to be well balanced and focused.
So that's going to be shown in the data when it's pulled through maybe measures of CPRAs that we can show that, right? So that we don't appear to be targeting anybody. Is there going to be data? That's all I'm asking. And that's my last question.
Thank you. Yeah, that data can easily be pulled even through just a general case type of enforcement action taken in a particular time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, do you have any questions as it relates to the presentation?
I do. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Duran for the presentation. Thank you so much. I think it was very informative and shed a light on what you all do out there in the community to make our community safe. I noticed obviously there's a shift and there's an investment in the proposed shift. I didn't see that you presented a cost, but what I really didn't see is in the presentation, is there an education component? Because when we shift from one model to another, sometimes we might want to educate the public in some ways. How much would that cost to staff the department so that maybe the model already has an education component as you move from one place to another in terms of helping the public to, get on board in a way that is beneficial. I'm not sure if you understand my question, but I didn't see a educational component there because there's going to be a sharp or shift or a serious contrast from my perspective.
Absolutely, great question. Clearly, public support is very important, and public outreach is going to be very, very important. I touched on it really briefly on perhaps an approach. There's a variety of approaches we can do, but certainly not just showing up and knocking on their door is not the right approach. We want to make sure that we perform outreach to perhaps the area that we intend to address through mailers, through postcards. We've tried this before, and primarily guide them towards saying these are the general conditions that we generally see in perhaps in a residential area, trash, inoperative vehicles, and give them opportunity to clear that up several weeks before we initiate, just knock on the door. And certainly our enforcement efforts, the code enforcement officers do a great job of making sure they keep customer service and first. There's definitely a way to knock on the door and break the ice and get some buy-in from our residents. So that's going to be very important to balance that in these efforts.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, if I might just add to embellish a little bit, one thing that already exists beyond what the code enforcement officers are doing out in the field when they make first contact, because our approach is not aggressive. It's intended to encourage compliance. So we're approaching those folks with an awareness, did you know kind of awareness about what the code says and what's permitted and what's not. But in addition to that, one thing that already exists and we're going to expand on is the connection that exists between the Code Enforcement Division and our Public Information Office. And we have already undertaken a number of campaigns, which we actually promote through our social media and our website. We had some there's at least 3 that I'm aware of. In fact, Mr. Duran featured in one of them that dealt with illegal dumping. And we showcased that pretty prominently to try to actually create greater awareness about illegal dumping and making sure when you hire contractors that they're licensed contractors and things like that. So one of the things that we'll be able to do going forward is expand on that relationship and expand those educational outreaches through the use of video technology and social media.
Thank you.
Okay, did you have any further questions? Oh, it looks like you don't. All right. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra.
Mr. Duran, thank you very much. That was a well put together form. I just wanted to let you and your crew know that thank you very much for all the work you do. I understand you guys at this time are trying to follow the 3 E's of evaluation, education, and enforcement. Some people don't understand that you guys do it to make sure the laws are being followed, to the rules, however you want to call them, to make our city better. You're not doing it just because you pick on one individual group. Thank you very much. I understand what you're doing. Thank you for your training. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. Maybe we could start with education. One more in there maybe for education to go around. But like I said, you evaluate it, you educate it. Eventually, you're going to have to enforce the laws of the city. Thank you very much.
Okay. And I just have a few questions. And let me just echo the thank yous as well for an exceptional presentation. Much of it seemed reminiscent to me of the public safety plan that was introduced to the previous council some time ago. Do I have a correct recollection, Mr. Metzler?
Yes, I believe you do.
Okay. And this was, okay, I don't have any other questions, so I can comment when we get there. So with that, we're going to open up the public comment period, and hold on 1 minute. As it appears, we still have a lot of people online, and it hasn't proven effective in the past for me to ask people to raise their hands so I can get a feel for how many people wish to speak, because we still have people then, continuing to raise their hands. So what I am going to do, in expectation that there are a lot of people that wish to be heard, and the chair certainly wishes to accommodate that. So we're going to decrease the public comment period on this item and the next item to 1 minute, because we're already at the 9 o'clock hour. I want to make sure that we take care of our business this evening. So with that said, Madam Clerk, will you let us know who our first speaker is.
Maggie Martin.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor and Council. 1 minute. Okay. So Mr. Duran, and I'm going to call him George because I've known him for a long time. Beautiful presentation, a lot more than I could absorb in a short period of time. Excuse me. But he knows when I was living in Sunset Ridge, how many times I called about street vendors on the sidewalk in front of the Arco of Bear Valley and Amethyst, the taco vendor down over there off of Cottonwood, the cross right there before you get to Cottonwood, it escapes me right now, to name a few, okay? So then my concern is this. I'm gonna tell you straight out, that 99-cent store parking lot, besides being torn up and a nightmare to drive, there's people even now with their baskets overflowing onto the sidewalks. The law is obstructing the sidewalk, including up by.
Is that? Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk.
Karima Abdul.
Welcome, Ms. Abdul.
Hi, guys. So yeah, I got some good information about code enforcement. A big question I have is the camp cleanups. There were at least 12 people there, both county and city, at the cleanup that I was able to make it to. Is that included in the current budget of code enforcement? And are there any plans to be less reactionary and to actually house people so that we can spend less on staffing for these cleanups?
Thank you, Ms. Abdul. Madam Clerk.
Michelle Medina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Ms. Medina.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. So I just have a few comments. If the code enforcement and the council can just address them at any given time, maybe later. And I'll go through it really fast. To enforce, we would need more code enforcement officers, obviously, to enforce making the city look better, welcoming for both new residents relocating to Victorville, as well as current businesses coming to Victorville and also operating. Another topic would be address homes with inoperable vehicles stored in their front of their home, crashed vehicles, boats that are just a complete eyesore to look at, oil stains on their driveways that, it just looks really bad. Address the curb appeal of homes in the city of Victorville. Personally, I feel like it's not fair to spend your time, your money, taking care of your own home because you care about curb appeal and your home value.
Your
to
time.
have that. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Medina. Madam Clerk.
Valentin Godina.
Welcome, Mr. Godina. Mr. Godina, your mic is still muted. Are you with us?
Okay.
Yes.
I wanted to speak on item 14 and I was ignored. I feel my First Amendment right was violated and this council keeps violating the Brown Act. Mr. Spin is not being truthful to you or to the public on the Brown Act and on the First Amendment. So Root had a meeting where code enforcement officer Minolt and others from the city promised to work with entrepreneurs to open up businesses in Old Town, and they did not come through. Is this why we have street vendors? Are we targeting those that want to open up businesses in Old Town and forcing them onto the street and then calling them a blight and targeting them when all they're trying to do is produce revenue for themselves and for the city?
Your time is up.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Godina.
The next speaker is Sylvia R.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for, thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Duran for his presentation. Very well presented. in regards to the code enforcement. I do feel as a resident of Victorville that they are overwhelmed and understaffed. I would like to bring the attention of communities that do comply to their own rules and regulations. And I believe that can help the city, our homeowners associations. They have their own governing docs. They do their own management as far as compliance. And I kind of would just like to put that on the record in regards to the city taking that into consideration, because it would alleviate some of the code enforcement in regards to compliance or non-compliance, and having the association mandate or regulate their community, which I would think offset the code enforcement staff. That was just my input. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Christians. Christians. I can go to the next.
Yes.
The next speaker is oh, there.
Christian, welcome. Christian, we're not able to hear you, and we have a lot of feedback. So we're going to go to another speaker, and we're going to try you again in a moment. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The next one is phone number 909-996-2040.
Hi, good evening. This is Lizeth Mendoza again with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice. We actually supported the street vendor bill in 2018 when it passed in the state legislature. So it's really around Safe Sidewalk Vending Act. And so I know that a lot of folks are confused by what it requires. And so, you know, I see that there's an opportunity here for outreach and education, but I would suggest that instead of hiring code enforcement, that either one, you all can partner with us or with other trusted partners and people in the city to ensure that there's culturally sensitive outreach, or two, we can, you know, do it for free or get hired by your city to also offer this training to your code enforcement and ensuring that there's people that are doing the outreach and education in a strategic way.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
Welcome again, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. 1 minute, wow, should be 30 seconds now. One of the things I was listening to Mr. Duran about complaining about so much work he has to do. That's his job. That's his job. And as to all the houses that were found out with the illegal growing, 198 houses with illegal cannabis growing. Remember, 2 of the houses alone generated over $80,000 in fines for the city. So if he's shorthanded, why didn't you just ask for Measure P to get more people to work with them? That's all. You know, they did hire last year 5 school resource officers with no school going on. And what about all the restaurants that are operating, you know, with people inside since last November, and they do nothing about it? But the small little businesses, Hispanic businesses, they're shut down and fined. What's he doing? What are they doing? Where's code enforcement? Where? Is it only towards one people? Only for the Hispanics or the immigrants?
Your time is up.
Minority?
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Before we move on, Madam Clerk, Mr. Metzler, as it relates to businesses that are not in compliance with health orders, as it relates to COVID, can you clarify that? Because it's my understanding that the city is not in a position of enforcing that is in the larger sense the county and or the state.
That is correct, Madam Mayor, and that's been an ongoing issue and an ongoing area of confusion. There's been a belief that we've been able to enforce those particular matters, but we have not. Those have been orders of the state or the county, and it's really been the state taking the ultimate responsibility in this county over enforcement. So throughout the pandemic, our role, especially using code enforcement, has been of education, and we've constantly gone out to all of the businesses, informed, try to bring clarity as to what the state order says, but the actual enforcement is not something that we do.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is phone number 213-604-1752.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Mariela Jaques. Like stated before, I am a member of the High Desert community, and it comes of great concern to me that the City Council is more concerned with criminalizing folks who are trying to make a living rather than focusing on more resources for these folks to have. And I strongly recommend that you guys educate the community first rather than trying to create more code enforcement. Like Lisette from ICIJ mentioned, we are more than happy to help you guys with more training so you guys can be more sensitive when it comes to doing outreach to folks who do street vending. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Miguel Soto.
Welcome, Mr. Soto.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. You know, I think it's fair that we enforce overseas street vendors if they don't have a business license. I think it's fair. Where I don't think it's fair is if we don't create some sort of educational pathway or some way where street vendors can get informed to where they don't have to become fined because they already know the proper procedural way to become a legal street vendor, if possible. So that's my question: is this gonna completely ban street vendors, and why isn't there a pathway or opportunity for street vendors to become licensed or get the proper licenses to be in that business? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Madam Clerk?
We're going to try Christian's iPhone again.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for getting back to me. So I keep hearing a lot about the vendors, and it's true. Everything, most of it, it's all true. So how come, you know, the High Desert has so much space? Why don't we make something like what LA did, where they built this container part of town where all the street vendors got to go there and use it? And why don't we solve the issue that way instead of we might be able to solve the issue that way instead of like where you go and find somebody, another one's going to pop up somewhere else. And I think that could be constructive for you, maybe using the land and for the council to get a space that you guys might be able to locate somewhere near where there's a lot of vendors, and then allocate that so that like LA did, where they had a bunch of containers come over. Anyways, that's what
Thank you, Christian. Madam Clerk?
Tanya Villalobos.
Good evening, Ms. Villalobos.
Just want to say thank you for being so honest about your plans on how to attack poor and working class people, because you're exposing yourselves as enemies of the people. We're not stupid, and we see through your sugarcoating lies and manipulation. There's a mass movement growing and building power, people power, and far more powerful than any of your weak attempts to silence the people. Also, shame on you for trying to ban Spanish and any other language. You're settlers on this stolen land. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villalobos. Madam Clerk?
The next caller's phone number is 949-662-7883.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, welcome, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. And first of all, I'd like to address that Council does not seek to criminalize anybody. a violation of an ordinance is not a crime. You're just trying to enforce the laws. And so that's number one. Number two, vendors carry themselves out as independent business owners, and they should have proper licensing as well, just like small business owners do. So they should be treated equally. Number three, with respect to the residences, you know, you're doing the right thing. You give the residents notice, but keep in mind that when you have a lot of renters, they can give a rat. So I'd appreciate it if council also consider, or code also consider, in giving the same notices to the landlords and hold the landlords equally responsible, and find the landlords, hold them liable for the violations as well. And if they don't comply to all of your notices and your requests, you start issuing the landlord's fines. And
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Roger LaPlante.
Welcome, Mr. LaPlante. Mr. LaPlante, are you with us?
Looks like I just lost him.
So this happened earlier with him as well. So Mr. LaPlante, if we can try and get you back on, we'll call on you again. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Edwin Delgado.
Good evening, Mayor and all City Council members. I just wanted to speak on supporting our vendors and asking for resources and educational opportunities for all these vendors from the Hispanic community, for the Hispanic community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers. Oh, Roger LaPlante.
Let's try Mr. LaPlante again.
Yeah.
Are you with us, Mr. LaPlante? Okay, it doesn't appear that your mic is muted any longer, but we cannot hear you.
No.
Okay, let's give him just a few more seconds, because I just hesitate because this happened with him earlier. So it appears to be a technical issue. Okay, we need to move on. There were no other speakers?
No other speakers.
All right. So the public comment period is now closed, and the chair brings this item back to the council. And Mayor Pro Tem Irving, as this was your item, the chair invites you to make a motion if you wish.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the council direct staff to begin the transition from a reactive code enforcement model to a proactive code enforcement model, consistent with the public safety, or our public safety plan and tonight's presentation. And I asked one of my colleagues to please second.
I'll second.
And I have a substitute motion.
Yes, Member Gomez, just one moment. So for the main motion, we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Member Becerra. And Member Gomez, you have a substitute motion?
Yes, so in the spirit of defending the communities that franchise, I like to bring a motion forth that the City Council may consider to have partnership with nonprofit organizations that would bring cultural sensitivity and educational processes along with code enforcement. So when they do approach someone, they're doing it in a manner that is not unequivocally a violation of their personhood and their values for who they are. That's my motion on the floor.
That's a substitute motion. All right, is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. We're back at the main motion. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Becerra. And now we're going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, as I stated before, I think that code compliance is essential for maintaining a community such as ours. And as we move forward and entertain implementing our public safety plan, I think that and expanding public safety services within our city, I think that the shift from a reactive model to a proactive code compliance model will require efforts and a strong commitment to supporting our shift and movement to a proactive model. So therefore, I'd like to urge my fellow council persons to approve that we direct staff to transition from a reactive model to a proactive model. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez, discussion on the pending motion.
Code compliance is very interpretive. If this community sees code compliance in the eyes of the woman who proposed it and is seeking the approval of it as a majority, it could be one way positive or it could be negative. And I appreciate that every audience member sees that we can see through the wording that is very performative. And it is a shame that I have to sit in this council that ostracize the very votes that vote people in power to make these decisions and that are not in the best interest of our communities who are trying to make a living, especially during circumstances that were not brought up to them and for themselves. So I condemn the motion and I condemn every single person who will be voting in favor, and it's targeting minorities, disenfranchised individuals, and this is just a step to keep systemic racism in power. And I don't approve of those types of measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra.
The first thing, I take offense of being called racism. This council is not being racism towards anybody. What we are doing is complying with laws that are in our cities. All they have to do is obtain their whatever they need to get to be street vendors. You laugh and everything, go to Mexico. They have to have the same licenses over there that they do over here. You can't be a street vendor over there. Laugh all you want. The racism is within yourself. We are complying with code. So if they can't comply with code, we're sorry. Yes, we all agree, education. Even Mr. Duran said, education. We will educate them and help them get there. But if they can't get there, they don't have the means, they don't have the money, what are we gonna do, hand out? So laugh all you want, no problem. There's no racism on this council or in this city, the people that run it. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. All right, so the chair just has a couple of comments. First and foremost, I am so thankful that Mayor Pro Tem Irving brought this item forward. This was certainly on the heart of the last council. In fact, I believe I brought it forward originally to find out where exactly the city stood in terms of public safety on law enforcement, code enforcement, animal care and control, and fire. And so this is the natural outflow from all of that. And this is going to help our staff know what next steps to take. I am very thankful that we're now going to give some extra help to code enforcement staff. They have been buried, I think, for years. And I can't even imagine being in a workplace environment where you go to work every day knowing that you're always behind and you want to help and you want to be responsive to the complaints in the community. And yet your hands are really, in a sense, tied because you haven't got the staffing level to keep up. And so I believe that this will help us get to a place where we're going to not only be, no longer behind the curve, but these steps are going to help us to work in a proactive manner. It never works well in any business to be in crisis mode all the time and always being in a position of having to put out fires. I believe that our residents, many residents invest a lot in their homes. They want a nice, safe, clean neighborhood. And it's very frustrating to a lot of people to see people across the street or down the street that aren't caring for their properties, or they're dumping, in open land, across from their home. And my goodness, I just got an email the other day from a business that, the beloved Bear on Bear Valley Road in front of the storage place. Someone just walked up and spray painted it and then came by later and laughed. And there was no one could respond to it in time. And that was a huge insult to our community. That's a beloved bear. And that's an expensive statue that those business owners put up. And now I don't even know how you go about fixing the damage that was done by someone who thought it was quite funny. So anyway, I'm so thankful, Mayor Pro Tem, for your bringing this forward. I think this is going to help our staff work on the budget that we're going to be dealing with here in short order. It gives them some real direction. So I certainly will be voting in favor of it. And so with that said, the discussion period is now closed. And Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No to racism, no to that motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
The motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute Member Gomez for a moment? Remove her co-host status.
She is muted.
Thank you. So there's no sense in bringing the member to order at this point because what's said has been said. But it is a violation of this council's policy and procedures to attack the character or the motives of colleagues and staff. So what Ms. Gomez just did is an egregious violation of our policy, and we're going to move on. Now we're going to move on to item number 16. And you please restore Member Gomez's co-host status. Item number 16, consideration of proposed City Council Resolution 21-021, adopting revisions to the City of Victorville City Council Policy and Procedures Manual. Mr. Metzler. Oh, no, Mr. Metzler. No, this was my item. So sorry. All right, so this was the chair's request sometime back to review once again the Policy and Procedures Manual to see if there were any needed revisions to make sure that we're remaining abreast of what's going to be most helpful to make our meetings efficient and effective. And so what we have before us is I believe we have a redlined version as well as a proposed final version for the council's consideration. And so with that, I'm going to hand this a bit over to Andre to discuss what the process was in doing this, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Yes, at the February 16th meeting, you directed me to take a look at the policy manual and suggest potential revisions to help, again, streamline the meetings and to address some of the issues that had come up. As you know, we have amended the policy manual on numerous occasions. Again, the goal of which is to make these meetings run smoother, more efficiently, and again, address issues that have come up when we've found essentially little problems. You do have a copy of a redlined version that highlights all of the proposed changes that I made, but to help you through that, I sent an email out last Wednesday morning soliciting any comments or concerns. I did receive just a few minor comments from Mayor Jones. Other than that, I have not heard back from the other council members. That being said, I will briefly review kind of the main changes to the policy manual that are there. And again, the intent here is to hopefully streamline the meetings, make them more efficient. So we added a requirement for an annual confirmation of council member residency. Again, this came up from the issue that we've had with respect to residency, and it's basically just a requirement that council members provide information to the city clerk on an annual basis as to their residency. We added some language as to excusable absences. Again, issues came up with respect to whether or not certain absences would be excused. We've added some proposed language with respect to addressing the vacancies of council members. Again, the policy manual provides that you either have the option of going to a special election or an appointment process. And so we've added some provisions dealing with the appointment process should you decide to go that way. We've added and addressed issues with respect to your role in addressing comments and questions you receive from members of the public to remain in your role as a representative of the entire council as opposed to your individual opinions. We have added the norms that were previously agreed to by the council members and have placed those into the policy manual as you had previously directed. We've made some pretty significant revisions to the public comment section. And what we have done is gone back to sort of the traditional way that the council used to handle these meetings and put all of the public comments at the beginning of the meeting. The intent again is to provide the opportunity for the public to provide the same comments they do right now, but to do it at the beginning of the meeting. It would include public comments on items of general interest that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, as well as comments on any of the agenda items. The hope is by doing that, then when we get to the business of the council, we can move through the items far more swiftly. We have reduced the council member question periods from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. Again, the assumption here is consistent with prior discussion that the council members reach out to staff, get their questions answered, review the agendas, and review the staff reports, most of which provide the information that addresses most of the questions that have been raised. And then lastly, we have added some language to address issues of responding directly to questions or comments that come up from members of the public at the council. Again, doing this within the confines of the Brown Act, there is the opportunity to do minor responses to questions, but not to get into a discussion. So we have addressed that in a manner consistent with the Brown Act. With that, it's up to you whether or not you want to proceed. If you've got additional questions, obviously you could defer deciding on this tonight, but my recommendation is that if you're comfortable with these changes, that we move forward with it. Again, in the future, to the extent there's need for additional revisions, obviously it's up to the council to make those. These are just proposed revisions. It's your policy manual, and with that, I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. First, can we have the clerk read the recommendation, please?
That the City Council review and consider the proposed revised City Council Policy and Procedures Manual and adopt resolution number 21-021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, now we're going to open it up to technical questions for clarifications as it relates to the proposed procedures and policy manual that's before us. So we'll go ahead and start with Ms. Gomez. Member Gomez.
Yes. So I have a couple of questions as well. So please explain what 2/3 of the majority means and what that looks like.
Yes, 2/3 of the majority is a standard typically that comes from Rosenberg's with respect to certain motions that may require more than just a majority vote. When we have a council right now of 4 people, it would mean that 3 votes would pass motions that require 2/3 majority.
So that means like the budget requires 4/5, but with this, it means 3. Is that what you said?
No, there's no requirement for a budget to require 4/5. There never has been. A budget can be adopted on a majority vote of the council.
So what would require 4/5?
A 4/5 vote is typically reserved for certain items such as urgency ordinances. That's one of the issues that requires a 4/5 vote. Typically, most, quote, supermajority votes require a 2/3 vote. There are certain items that require 3 votes, but some motions can be passed on essentially 2-1 vote, depending on the nature of the item before the council.
And what does 2/3 of the entire membership of the council mean and look like?
Again, that would be the same as if the entire council is there. If there is an absence, we don't count the absence, but if there is an abstention, we count that for the purposes of a quorum. So it depends on whether or not we have 5 council members or 4 council members. Right now, we're operating with 4 council members. Just about every item that will come before the council could be adopted by 3 votes.
And what does a lost vote mean?
there's no such thing as a lost vote. There is a tie vote, which means it's a lost motion, but there's no such thing as a lost vote.
Yeah, that's embedded within the changes. And there's also something called a failed vote.
Right, a failed vote is when you basically have a failed motion. You do not get the majority vote required to pass the motion.
And what is the intent of quote unquote a council member who publicly announced that he or she will abstain from voting on a particular matter shall not subsequently be allowed to withdraw his or her abstention?
Again, that has not changed. That has always been in the policy manual, and the purpose of that is once you abstain, that is recorded as an abstention. You can't change your mind.
And if the presiding chair quote unquote determines the base of the significance nature of an agenda item, where is the democracy in that? I almost feel like the chair has discrepancy and she can implement her own state of mind of how close we are to a topic or how far, and then call that a suspension.
Again, the presiding officer's role is to basically conduct the meeting and make determinations about how the meeting is conducted. That is totally consistent with Rosenberg's requirements and consistent with the Brown Act.
It's just her interpretation. It's like out of whack. It's subjective and impartial and unbiased. But anyways, thank you for that explanation. If the presiding chair, I'm sorry, I already asked that question. Lastly, my next question is, in terms of you and the city manager coming up with a lot of what's here, because you were directed to do this, what was your intention and what was the outcome of what you, when you went into trying to get this, what was your intent? What did you try to get out of it?
My intent was to address issues that had previously come up that were not addressed in the policy manual, such as dealing with such things as council member absences, etc. The other intent was to streamline the meetings and to make these meetings more efficient. But again, the general intent is to basically make this a working document for the council that makes your meetings more efficient, still addresses the concerns and addresses some issues that have previously come up that we deem to be problematic.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I only have one question as it related to certifying your residency. It didn't tell, it states when you will recertify your residency, but in what manner, like what documents are necessary to provide, how what will be acceptable as a method of recertifying the requirement.
Yeah, we didn't want to specify specifically what documents, but typically with respect to residency, there are a number of factors that can essentially establish residency, such things as utility bills, home ownership, tax returns, any of those would suffice. We didn't want to pigeonhole it, but it would be the type of standard documentation that would be required if anybody was going to investigate whether or not residency actually existed. So anything that shows you are currently a resident of the city of Victorville would probably suffice.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra.
Nope, no questions.
Thank you. And I just have a few, Mr. DeBortnowski. So some of the questions that were asked earlier and the answers that were given, it doesn't mean that those are new changes to the policy manual. Like we've always had the provision in the policy manual that the chair decides certain matters.
That is correct.
Okay, so that hasn't changed. Okay. And that's all I have. All right, thank you. So with that said, we're going to open up the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
I do not, okay, they're coming in. The first speaker is Karima Abdul.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Abdul.
Hi, City Council. I see a lot of good changes, but I see one problematic change where access to City Council is being denied rather than expanded. The English only language provision is disenfranchising people who might speak other languages, we should be moving towards having an interpreter, not towards shutting down people who may come from a different background than we're used to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abdul. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
Welcome again, Mr. Rodriguez.
How much time are we allowed? 3 minutes?
No, the chair changed
You
the
should have
remaining,
made that fact in the
remaining items to 1
We have
minute.
60 seconds. Okay, I'm going to talk 60 seconds about 56 pages of red ink. We should have had some kind of workshop to go over all these changes and all these procedures of going to, we're giving the attorney and the city manager all this power and nothing for us. So one of the things is we got you to represent us, but we just see you representing the interest of the city. That's all, not us. So no English, no Spanish, go against the minorities. But you know what? Thankfully, they have the 122,000 people up here, pretty much 60% are Hispanic, about 30% don't speak English. So next elections, we are going to go out there and force. And thank you for voting for not allowing translation services, Ms. Jones. And thank you. And we saw you clearly throw Leslie Irving under the bus for the petition before. And so we won't forget. And thank you for giving us 30 seconds, whether the cities get 5 minutes.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. DeBortnowski, is there anything in the policy manual that says that people aren't allowed to speak Spanish?
No, there is
And
nothing.
what's the intent of that
It
change?
does say that the meetings will be conducted in English. However, with respect to public comments, there's nothing to prevent the public from speaking in different languages.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Maggie Martin.
Welcome, Ms. Martin.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor and Council. Of course, I'm speaking to the whole council, but I would like to say, esteemed council member Becerra, you are my new hero on that race topic. I'm so sick of that. And I want to say something else about that too. The minority, they keep talking about minority.
Ms. Martin, we're on the subject of the policy and procedures manual. If you could move on, please.
Well, I heard another member right before me speak about it, about the minority. I'm the minority. Wendy White Girl, I'm the minority. So the policy and procedure manual, I'm in full support. Now I'm going to be honest with you. If it's 58 pages, I didn't read it all. I read about 20, but I think the flow it was going, I totally support that 100%. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk.
Valentine Godina.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Godina, welcome.
Thank you. At the last city meeting, a council member directed the council to only speak English, no sign language would be allowed.
No.
The First Amendment states the need for and right to communicate in language is fundamental to the human condition. English only violates the equal protection provision of the 14th Amendment and one or more clauses of the First Amendment. Fourth clause of the amendment is the amendment right of non-English speaking citizens to petition the government for a readdress of grievances. Your new change violates the First and Fourth Amendment, and your new changes are in violation and discriminatory to the Hispanic community. And that is—
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Mr. DeBortnowski, again, as to the Spanish speaking, this is not related to the public. This is related to the council when it's conducting its business behind the dais. That does not prevent a council member speaking as an audience member in another language. Correct?
That is correct. The policy manual deals with the conduct of the business to be conducted in English, but it does not prevent members of the public from speaking in any other languages.
Does anything about this change in our policy violate any of the laws and codes that were stated by the previous speaker?
No, it does not.
Thank you. Madam Clerk? I'm sorry?
Let's see, Roger LaPlante.
Let's try Mr. LaPlante.
Hello, testing.
Oh,
You hear
we
me?
gotcha.
Okay,
Welcome.
now that I can talk, I'm testing my mic. I want to wait for public comment. Thank you. Now that I know I can speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. LaPlante. All right, Madam Clerk.
Yolette.
Good evening. This is my very first Zoom meeting with the council.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. I'm a little bit concerned about the 1 minute comment portion during a particular discussion. I think it's really, really too short, and most people seem to be cut off mid-sentence. I was also a little concerned that I don't see any sign language interpreters on the Zoom meeting, and I wish I had read the whole whatever resolution or the update on the the one you're talking about right now, because I was concerned about the bilingual aspect of it too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Yolette.
The next speaker is Miguel Soto.
Hello.
Yes, welcome, Mr. Soto.
Hi, yes, thank you. It was barely really touched, but the biggest concern for me as a young voter, and I'm trying to get more civically engaged, is the time that's being limited to speak, being reduced to 2 minutes. I think, that's not encouraging people to become more involved. As a matter of fact, I feel like that's actually discouraging people to attend these meetings because they're not getting more time, or even the same amount of time they have now. So that's just my biggest concern. And to Pro Tem Irving and Councilmember Gomez, if you continue, hopefully to stand by the people and let the people voice their opinions and be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. And Mr. Dvornatsky, once again, is it appropriate for the chair to make those kinds of judgment calls when we have either a media agenda or a lot of people wishing to speak?
It is appropriate, and it is typical of most meetings that the presiding officer will limit time when there are a number of speakers on an issue to make sure that the business of the city council gets conducted properly. You also have a 10 o'clock time limit on new business, so
which we're quickly approaching. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Tanya Villalobos.
And welcome, Ms. Villalobos.
So from what I'm understanding, that people on public comment, people from the public can speak in Spanish or any other language, but if they're watching anything going on, then if they speak another language, then they won't understand what's going on. So nothing going on here is transparent as you claim to say it is. And then the other thing too is that, like, I don't remember when this was, maybe like a month ago or so, there was a Chicana woman who was part of the city council who was banned from speaking Spanish. So no one was able to understand what she was trying to communicate. So really, you claim that you're trying to be transparent. The few times that you actually are transparent and you expose yourselves as the enemies that you truly are, those are the only times that we are actually able to understand you as the people who are able to speak your colonial language. So how do you expect everyone else to understand your language? I hope you understand that this is not the native language of this country. So I don't understand why you expect everyone here to be speaking your language. Thank you.
Ms. Villalobos. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Tyler James.
I think this is Tyler James Sullivan from earlier. Welcome again, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Yeah, last time I kind of cut myself short because of anxiety of speaking in front of like full council. And I just want to say that I understand the apparent reasons of having to limit the time that the public is allowed to talk, because these meetings are late and they run long. The first time I witnessed a meeting, it was a 6-hour YouTube video. That's pretty lengthy. But I mean, if it's I just feel like if in regards to a big topic of discussion or something that has a lot of details that we definitely need to be able to voice our opinions. I mean, they're just fact decisions. So I think they should at least be able to be voiced fully and obviously time constrained because we don't want me rambling on here to you guys for 5 hours. But yeah, my main point is, yeah, we should have some sort of viable option for time speaking. But thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. And what would the city do without you? So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed. The chair brings this item back to the council. And as this is the item that I brought forward, I'm going to go ahead and move that the council adopt resolution number 21-021.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a first by the chair and a second by Member Becerra. We're now going to take discussion on the pending motion. And we'll begin with Member Gomez. Member Gomez, your mic is muted. Would you like to start again and unmute yourself?
Yes.
There we go.
So I wanted to bring to the attention that a lot of these things that I brought up, all of the things that I was bringing up were red strikes, which means these were added after the fact. So nothing that I brought was something that was already predisposed in former meetings or anything old. So I'd like to have that clarity for the record's reflection. Also, I noticed that the state of the domicile requirement is not something that the city of Victorville is a big brother. We're not reporting to the city of Victorville annually. I don't think that's something commensurable to democracy. Also, the rituals that were initiated today, and I call them rituals, are voices to be stripped of democracy. You know, our policy will never supersede what is law. In addition, from the 3-minute to the 2-minute for accountability and transparency, to people listening, I have been trying to set up several meetings with the city council, with the city manager, to no avail. So it just really strips me from becoming that voice and really understanding what's going on when I question the things that I do question. And lastly, you're right, we're not allowed to speak Spanish. So si yo quiero hablar español y decirles a ustedes todo
Member
lo que
Gomez will cease speaking Spanish.
y no va a permitir
the chair is able to facilitate the meeting properly and subjects the council to her personal inclination, and it's disrespectful to the rest of the council. The chair can't possibly facilitate the meeting when someone's speaking a language she doesn't understand. So if Member Gomez would like to bring herself to order, we'll give her another opportunity to complete her comments. Madam Clerk, unmute the member.
Councilmember Jones, I don't serve you. I serve the people. Spanish is a
Member Gomez, you're out of order. We do not attack members of the council.
Gracias.
Moving on. Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the member? Thank you. Moving on to Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, I do have a question, actually. I have some concerns about people alleging that members of the council are engaging in suppressing the voice of people or people who want to engage in government for, in their city government. Mr. City Attorney, would you kindly clarify Victorville's compliance with Title VI, which calls for a limited English program?
Right, we do believe the city does comply with that. Again, the English language issue here is just that the council meetings be conducted in English so that all the council members understand what is going on. There's nothing to prevent any members from the public or members of the council during public comment periods to speak in a different language.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra?
No, none.
Thank you. And the chair just has one comment because Member Gomez did bring up something I think that wasn't fully answered. It's in the area of tie votes in the proposed updated manual, and it's previously it said tie votes are lost motions, or and can be brought back up. And the language was simply changed to be that tie votes are failed motions, but can be brought up again. And that merely brings that in line with the language that was in the Rosenberg's Rules of Order training. The originator of that parliamentary rule himself said that tie votes are failed motions. So, all right, with that said, discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Democracy is needed, no.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so the council has just taken action to adopt the resolution 21-021, and that becomes effective immediately. So now it's 10:01, and the only thing that we have left before us is not actual business, but I do want to ask the council what their thoughts are. We do have to have the public comment period, which is item number 17. And certainly we should have the city manager reports, but I don't know. Oh, you know what? We need to move on because I know that Mayor Pro Tem had an item that she wanted to request. So Mr. DeBortnowski, since this isn't, can we take up these items without doing a formal extension of time?
Yes, we can. The requirement for a vote is only on with respect to written.
Yes.
Written communications, i.e. new business. So there's nothing to prevent you from continuing on these other agenda items.
All right, very good. All right, so with that said, we're going to move on to the public comment period, item number 17. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, the first speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
You keep twisting our words. We asked the other day for translation services and you denied. You didn't even want to bring it up to the council for future references. So that's what I'm talking about. Not that you ban Spanish. You don't want any translation services. Anything you're bringing down the seconds. What we know, what we see in the city council and most of the representatives, it's just a cartel. You are dedicated not for the goods of the people. The only thing you want is to raise the salaries to all the workers over there, to bring the police officers from $250,000 to $404,000, and just imagine their pension. That's all. And the starting secretaries from all around the city is going to start off at $15,000. You represent the needs of the city. That's what they are, but not the needs of the people. That's what we see. And you know what? We need 20 people to start recalling some of these people in there. We need to start that now. Yesterday. Who's with me? Is it going to be 3 minutes or 1 minute? What's going to be?
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
The next speaker is Roger LaPlante.
Abend, guten Abend. Bürgermeister Jones und the Stadt of City of Victorville. I just wanted to say this for all my German-speaking friends out there. God bless democracy. But yes, we need to stop demonizing our city council, Tanya. They're not the enemy of the people. We're just trying to help. They're citizens trying to help the conduct business of the city of Victorville. Unfortunately, I'm not able to continue as a homelessness task force member. I just want to let the city staff know about this so you guys can go out and find another veteran in order to try to help our homeless vets out there. And I just want to thank Sophie and yeah, I wanted to say thank city staff for the homelessness task force. You guys keep up the good work. Okay, thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Mr.
God bless you.
Lopez. God bless you.
The next speaker is Sylvia.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, I just have 2 points. The first, I believe at the last city council meeting, the council approved vacation payouts somewhere around the total amount of $500,000, which was according to the city manager due to loose administrative policies. And then I think I just heard him say today that he's going to make sure that the employees keep track of their vacation. That doesn't really sound like a strong solution to the issue that created in the first place. I work in government myself. It's not that difficult to monitor PTO accruals. So I'm respectfully requesting that the mayor and city council direct the city manager and staff to bring back a council and administrative policy that specifically addresses that issue and present that to the city council to receive and file no later than the second meeting of April. And then my second point is I was hoping to see what the status is of the vacant seat by former member, council member Ramirez.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Valentin Godina.
Yes. Yo, Valentín Godina, quiero llamar atención al concejal de Victorville que en la junta pasada cortaron el micrófono de un concejal que hablaba español y estaba hablando en señas. Y dijeron que eso era ilegal en este concejal. That is a direct violation of my First Amendment right, and it is a violation of the 14th Amendment in various sections. I'd like to have the time that the Constitution gives me to go over these violations that are being committed in this city council. English language only violates the equal protection and provision of the 14th Amendment and one or more of the first clauses of the First Amendment. Section 1 states free speech right of government employees. This includes council members. Section 2, the free speech right of legislators.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Maggie Martin.
One moment, Your Honor and Counsel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to fast forward as fast as I can. Okay. First, we are a charter city and the council is autonomous. We, the people, voted them in and don't get a say in how they run any process. Talking about a special election, the cost would probably be closer to $200,000. What's the problem with a 3-1 or 3-2 vote? Insulting our council members by saying, quote, they have no idea what they do except agree with each other. That's a major distortion of the truth. Some people will never be satisfied, no matter who's on the council. One moment. Referencing last meeting speaker, let's have the voters decide if Rita Ramirez's removal was right. That's what you call too little, too late. Another person spoke about the people deliberately voted for an all-female council. As a feminist, you don't support a male on the council?
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
The next speaker is Karima Abdul.
Good evening, Ms. Abdul.
Hi, I would actually wish the council a happy Women's History Month. I wish the council would formally acknowledge that in a proclamation. But I'll honor women by honoring my sister who works in the St. Mary's COVID ward, Wajida Abdul Kabir. So happy Women's History Month to all who fight for equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abdul.
Thank you, Ms. Abdul.
The next speaker is Tyler James Sullivan.
Hello, and thank you, Madam Mayor and the City Council members. In regards to Karima Abdul, I also would like to say happy Women's History Month. And in regards to previous meetings, previous agendas, I just want to say that I believe that the absence of another council member, a seat with vacancy, I just believe that you guys have a ton of priorities, a list of really high priorities, and I hope that that's one of the priorities that we get to, just that there's a policy regarding vacancies that gets it in motion faster. We don't want to overlook things. We don't want to underlook things, but there's definitely a need for, another voice for everyone to hear, a prominent voice and whatnot. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
The next speaker is Deanne Hudgens.
Good evening, Ms. Hudgens.
Good evening.
Oh,
I just wanted to say how disappointed.
Ms. Hudgens, we're hearing a lot of background.
I don't know what it's from.
Okay. All right, let's try it.
Is that better? I don't have anything else on. I don't have a phone or anything on. I just wanted to say how disappointed I am that we have council members who think it's okay to just wantonly spend $100,000 to $200,000 of the city's money to call a special election and leave a seat vacant for an undetermined amount of time, and then that person is just going to be there for a year. I hope that there is some more sanity brought to this, because the people of Victorville deserve a full city council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins.
The next speaker is Miguel Soto.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Something that I kind of noticed and could possibly be helpful for more transparency among council members and the public is I would recommend that a council member introduce an agenda to create a public forum where the public can actually ask questions to elected officials and actually have the opportunity to have those questions answered, especially since you guys already passed the resolution where our times are going to be cut down to 2 minutes. So I highly encourage any council member to try and push to introduce some sort of public forums, maybe once a month, where publics and elected officials can connect. And that is all. You guys have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Mr. Dubort-Nowski, we're not cutting public comments down to 2 minutes, are we, in the new procedure?
Correct. We are not cutting public comment down to 2 minutes. You have today taken your role as the presiding officer based on the time that's taken to get through the council agenda, limited the time, but the council policy manual still contemplates a 3-minute public comment time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tanya Villalobos.
Just in response to that comment that was just made towards me, it's not helping the community if you're bringing police, whatever you want to call it, whether you want to call it proactive or whatnot. It's not helping the community, because really what you're doing is you're increasing the police budget. You're not providing housing for people, putting more money into police's pockets, and you're actually just criminalizing people, and you're fining poor people for things that are pretty ridiculous. So I don't understand that logic. So that's complete bullshit. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Villalobos.
The next speaker is Michelle Medina.
Good evening, Council. If you guys just can mute people when they use foul language, it's really disrespectful. Other than that, I wanted to say, please look into respecting the voters of Victorville. If you can just appoint the next person, it would save the tax dollars of many people in Victorville who pay their taxes, businesses who pay for taxes, to avoid having to spend for a special election when the voters of Victorville already spoke. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Medina.
The next speaker is Yolette.
Welcome again, Yolette.
Thank you again. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was able to read a little bit of the, what was that policy? Oh, the procedure policy. And I just had a couple of quick comments, and I apologize for not being informed of it sooner. The packing of an audience, it's inappropriate for a council member to pack the audience for a specific agenda item. How would one know if a council member is packing the audience? I thought that was rather odd. And then the other one was the English language, the business of the city council, blah, blah, blah. It seems rather exclusive rather than inclusive. And I think it's a very dangerous precedent to set. And I've been a bilingual educator for more years than I care to reveal. And the other one was History Month, Black History Month, and Women's History Month, and Hispanic Heritage and Native Peoples. I'm just curious as to what the thought is for the council.
Time is up.
Yep.
Thank you, Yolette.
As a member of the public, I don't have that.
Okay. Madam Clerk, were there any other speakers?
I'm not sure if.
Member Gomez, are you? Okay, gotcha. Yes, Member Gomez, please.
Yes, I also like to speak as a member of the public.
Yes.
I want to encourage everyone who is listening, particularly through Zoom.
Member Gomez, excuse me, Ms. Gomez, you will address the council.
So it's very difficult to really be very participatory. So I like to engage the public. My number is 760-912-3190. The changes that are made here, but they're also made externally. Again, you can reach out to me. We need people like Valentin, like Ramiro, like Christian, like Tanya. 760-912-3190. If I can't speak the language, you can't either. And so it's really important that we start to communicate together that the council is not acquiescing to the wishes of the majority of the people who outside of these 4 seats. And it's evident to me, it's evident to you. We can create that change. We can create strategies as well. Together we can do this. I'm already in council. I have another 4 years.
Ms. Gomez, you will address the council, please.
Yes, and so I appreciate it that you guys are here to speak. I can give you so much more information.
Ms. Gomez, you will bring yourself to order, please. You are to be addressing the council, not the audience.
I am addressing the council. So if you want me to tell you, Ms. Jones, that you can call me at 760-912-3190, go ahead and do so, because we have a lot of work, community. We're in this together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Mr. DeMortnowski, has the audience member who just spoke, Ms. Gomez, has she mischaracterized once again the purpose of the new policy as it relates to speaking another language behind the dais?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, that was it. That was it for the public comments.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 18, Mr. Metzler, City Manager reports.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm pleased to announce that April 17th, we've got the Victorville Community Cleanup Day. We're actually looking for volunteers. It's an event that we do twice a year. This is something that originated back in 2007, asking for volunteers to help support the cleanup of our community. We provide all the necessary resources to be able to do it, and signups are on our webpage. We, this last Saturday, had an amazing turnout for our free dump day event that was sponsored not only by us, but Burtech was our co-sponsor on the event. That was this last Saturday, March 13th at the old Victor's, I call it Old Victor Jr., but it's the old UP to many. We actually had 481 vehicles come through, and we estimate about 100 tons of trash collected. So very successful event. Thank you for your support on that matter. Building projects update. Dutch Brothers Coffee is making progress. They passed their drywall nailing inspection on March 11th. Chick-fil-A is also making some good progress. If you don't know, that's the old Marie Callender site on Mariposa Road. They recently passed footings and forms, so that's going to start going vertical here fairly soon. And then there was an announcement recently that you're familiar with, but the old Walmart building on Balsam and Bear Valley. The plans are still in for review. but a demo permit has been issued. So we're making some good progress there. That's all I have at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, moving on to item number 19, discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. We'll begin with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We had a wonderful presentation regarding the DBE program. And so, you know, it's late. So I move that we have a presentation, discussion, and possible action to host pre-bid outreach events for all contracting and procurement opportunities that carry DBE goals. And I ask that my council members support me that we bring it forth again for presentation and discussion and possible action. Thank you.
And second that motion.
Okay, we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Gomez. Madam Clerk, unless there's any need for just minor questions of clarification for to bring the item into context, I'll ask the clerk to take the vote.
I just have a question for Mr.
Yes.
Is more than 3 of us going to be able to meet on this, sir? Or it's going to be a public meeting?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I should ask that I'm sorry.
It would have to be, yeah.
So each and every time that it goes open, that a bid opening, we're gonna have to make it a special public meeting, correct, sir? And this goes hands in hand with Brian. Brian,
No, I think this is just to have a discussion about DBE, not to specifically deal with DBE on each. I think what Mayor Pro Tem Irving is looking for is to get some outreach and some discussion about DBEs and whether or not how you want to implement them in the future.
But can more than 3 of us be there? Because I'd like to be there also.
Yes.
It would have
You mean at the outreach
Public meeting.
event?
No.
Are you referring to the outreach event itself?
Yeah, it has to be public. More than 3 of us will be there.
Okay.
It would constitute a meeting.
Yeah.
My understanding,
I would not be.
agenda item to be on a future agenda that will be a public meeting.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. I thought she wanted to be present at the pre-bid event. Is that what you were saying? Or you're talking about bringing it forth to a meeting?
You want to have a workshop to teach our vendors how to bid and everything like that, correct?
I want the city to host along with potential primes and subprimes. I want them to host an outreach program, which means that they invite DBEs and SBEs to an event so that they can network and discuss possibly working together so that the primes can meet their DBE goals. Does that make sense?
So may I, so I want to make sure that I understand, Mayor Pro Tem. So the goal of your request is for us to have an agenda item so that we can tease all of this out and what that might look like.
Precisely, and possible action.
Yes,
Correct.
absolutely. Yes, thank you.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
We have to be clear because we don't want something coming.
I know.
mean.
I am so sorry. Forgive me.
go.
Work
No,
with me.
no,
Thank
no,
you.
no, nothing to forget.
Okay.
Good to go.
All right.
All right. Excellent.
All right. So, Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
I barely heard you.
Sorry,
There you go.
Thank
Aye.
you. Councilmember Gomez,
Member Gomez.
Councilmember Gomez, you're muted.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We didn't set a date certain on that. So, Mayor Pro Tem, that'll be at the soonest possible agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm sorry I didn't catch that for you. All right. Member Gomez, any requests?
Yes, not that anybody will even second them, but I'm always going to put them to the record. I'm encouraged to place a motion for this council to bring the month of April 2021 to directly address how loosely administrative policies will be addressed will be addressing the vacation accrued time. That was a member's request, so I'm bringing it to the floor.
Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. Do you have other requests, Member Gomez?
The second one is the motion for the city to bring forth a proclamation to recognize Women's Month as this month to be brought no later than 30 days from today's date.
Okay, we have a motion by Member Gomez. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
The third request is I would move to direct the city manager to address land use facilities to bring in the permitting processes for mobile facilities and permitting processes as discussed in item number 12.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
The next one is I would like to move a motion to subscribe to, oh, I think that's what Leslie did. Motion to subscribe to DBE programs beyond federal aid. Oh, she didn't bring that actually. So I would like to bring a motion to subscribe to DBE programs beyond the federal agencies and include state and local agencies such as the city of Victorville and have the purchasing and the municipal codes to reflect additions to our policies and money codes as soon as possible, not to exceed 60 days.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
The last one is I would like to make a motion to direct the city manager to create a plan where nonprofit organizations and partners be given the opportunity to join with trusted partners and code enforcement to ensure cultural sensitive means in a pilot program that would be no later than 60 days from now and to be brought back to the city council as a workshop no later than 60 days from today's date.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Thank you.
Hearing no second, the motion dies.
No further motions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra?
Honorable Mayor, I'd like to be able to bring back, since it was a tie vote, we need to bring back the filling of the current council seat that's empty. I even bring it back so much. We have new information from the registered voters for a vote, a special vote. We're looking at close to $1 million of the city's money. We need to bring this back ASAP, even if we have to have a special council meeting to see if we can fill this vote. If we can fill this seat, either with a special election or assign the seat. It's up to however we vote. That is my motion.
All right, the chair seconds. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Can you restate the motion?
To bring it back for discussion to how we can fill the seat, whether it be special election or whether it be appointment. We're not saying what, we need to get it back on the agenda to talk about it.
For discussion and possible action.
Yep.
Okay.
But I'm asking the mayor to set it up as soon as possible.
Okay.
You just want to bring it back for discussion, but I've already stated
Discussion
my
and action.
position. Okay.
Let's bring it back for discussion and action. We're looking at close to $1 million for a special election.
No, I understand that. I'm not negating that, but I mean, I would like to have some discussion on this if it's possible.
That's what I want.
Right, I would like to have some discussion on this. There are people in the community that feel that we're engaging in voter suppression. I assure them that we are not. But nevertheless, and there are people that don't care how much it costs. They want their right to vote. So let's bring it back for discussion. But nevertheless, I stand firmly on my belief. Thank you.
Okay, so I need to clarify then, because the purpose, the council is charged with making a decision within 60 days to a special election or an appointment. And so it seems to me that the purpose in bringing it forward is to have a discussion about how we can move beyond this stalemate. And so that would be, that's my take on what the intention of the motion is.
I appreciate that. I understand. So your thoughts are that we move forward affirmatively in one direction or another, correct?
Yes.
My fear is that we're going to bring it forth. It will be properly before us, but we may indeed have a tie again.
That's possible.
Right.
But I would hope that everyone would be willing to have a discussion and listen carefully, and maybe we can find some way to build consensus on this. That would be the chair's hope.
You know, at this point, I mean, if I may ask a question to either the city attorney or the city manager.
Yes, please.
If indeed we cannot come to an agreement on this, on how we move forward, will we be allowed, can we, will we be allowed, but can we move forward as a council with just 4 members?
The answer to that is yes, but the question right now, I'm getting concerned that we're getting off and having a discussion about the agenda item as opposed to just agendizing the item for future discussion.
Well, I mean, to bring it forth for discussion again, I'm in favor.
The actual agenda item as opposed to just placing it on the agenda.
Okay, very good. We can have a discussion. I don't have a problem with having a discussion.
Okay, but Member Becerra, your request is for discussion and possible action, or do you want it to just be discussion?
Discussion and possible action.
Okay, and that was what the chair seconded. So we're now ready for a vote. Madam Clerk.
I do have Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
You have me saying yes for discussion, yes.
Yes. And then Mayor Jones.
Yes.
And then Councilmember Gomez.
Hell no.
Okay, I thought I already had her vote. So the motion passes with Councilmember.
Thank you. Member Gomez will bring herself to order. We don't use coarse language in council meetings. Mr. DeBordnowski, I have a follow-on question. So we just went through the process of, you know what, it doesn't matter because we're going to hear it, so it doesn't matter. Okay, that said.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Could I seek clarification? Councilmember Becerra stated for a date, but I didn't catch a date.
As soon as possible, special meeting.
A special meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. All right. With that said, and Member Becerra, did you have any other requests?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And the chair does, but I think I'm going to hold this into the next council meeting. I'm probably going to bring up a request to the council formally at the next meeting on, you know, just taking another look at interpreting services. A couple councils ago, they didn't make a decision. They just decided not to do any further research. And I think that that this is a fluid enough kind of matter that it might be worth taking a look at again. So I'll bring that request to the council at the next meeting.
I have a point of order.
Yes, state your point.
24 hour, special meeting means 24-hour notice, I believe.
Okay, so that's not a point of order. There's no breaching policy, but if you would like to, if you have a question, sure.
Okay.
So a special meeting is 24 hours notice.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. And with that, we will move on to item number 20, which is our final business this evening. And this is reports from council members. And we'll begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, so I reserve my First Amendment right, and I also reserve the 14th Amendment and democracy for the sake of being able to communicate in whatever language I would and want to with my constituencies. My constituencies are a broad base of people who have a very good means of income, to individuals whose income is very meager. It's below the poverty level of federal guidelines. And so when the city council votes for a council member to create a policy and to negate the language of origin of favoritism that might want to be placed within a certain minute of time in years, I think that really says a lot about the core and the interpretation of our community's eyes, because they are watching. And so I understand the council as a whole doesn't necessarily like my personality, but I don't ask for any of you to, like my personality. Just realize that I am that population too that becomes ostracized. And luckily, the election has established a set precedence that we want more individuals that are representative of us. And that is very clear with the new election, that not one person was re-elected with the exception of myself. And so when the community's watching, know that they have interpretive ears and they're listening to what we're saying. So those suspensions or those mutings are really piercing to individuals who strongly feel about whether it be a culture, an economic, financial stability, an education. And I do represent a lot of that. Le doy muchas gracias a todos ustedes por escucharme.
Member Gomez will suspend. Thank you. Member Becerra.
No, I just been attending VVTA meetings. They're doing good. They started the Vaccine Express. They pick up people at their homes all over the desert, not just in Victorville, and they take them to their injection sites. So they've been doing good. Came out on Channel 4 News, so we've done good. So VVTA has what's called a Vaccine Express. Look it up on their website. The number and everything is there for you to call them. They'll go pick you up at your home, and they'll take you to go get your vaccine and take you back home. This way you're not driving, so you're not out there by yourself. That's it. Oh, by the way, to the member, Becerra is baby cow, not ugly cow. Learn your Spanish. That's it.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. There are a couple of comments that people made. I just wanted to say that we are highlighting heritage or heritage months or different different affinity groups. I don't know what you want to call them, groups on our city website. So I think that there is an effort to be inclusive. I also wanted to say to my colleague, Councilwoman Gomez, contrary to what you believe, Ms. Gomez, I don't dislike you. I think you're a fine person. And tonight you brought up an issue that I do feel strongly about. I think there's nothing more segregating than the barrier of language. And I'm so happy that Mayor Jones is going to bring back possibly asking us to entertain, I think she mentioned interpreting services.
Yeah, translation, sure.
Right, exactly. So I see that there's an effort to reduce the barrier of language. So that resonates for me. And lastly, I just wanted to say I spent the part of the top of the afternoon with the Victor Valley Women's Club and their Women's History program, honoring women here in the high desert. So I enjoyed that. And with that, I want to say good night. I don't know if you guys saw the little snow flurries yesterday, but I guess there's some truth to whether the groundhog actually sees his shadow.
I remember you saying
We've
that.
experienced some wintry weather. So thank you and good night to you all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just have a few comments. And with regard to the comment about, liking or not liking someone, that just has no bearing whatsoever in the work that we have before us. There's an expectation of comporting ourselves to professional standards, and that's what we try to work to. That's why we have established norms and protocols, and it's really not good to cry foul when one has to deal with the consequences brought on by one's own conduct. So it has nothing to do with personality. It has to do with, this is a business setting. There's an expectation of professionalism. It's required in any work setting. It's certainly required as elected officials of the council. So tomorrow is St. Patty's Day. I have a wee bit of the Irish in me, so happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. And we have no further business before us, so this meeting is adjourned. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Thank you.